let her know.
Are you revisiting the conversation that you and Lee had while I was
on
in
the
the
couch?
bathroom?
Planet. I was like, okay, Lee, we're done now.
I thought we were having a nice little conversation.
Yeah. I was like, Lee, just go get drinks. Go keep drinking.
She popped that girl on purpose.
I mean,
sorry.
She's got an awkward running style.
Nah, man.
I don't know what to tell you.
It's called aggressive. Then she should be banned from running.
Man.
She'll need to be in no relays. No more relays for you, young lady. That'll do it. I'm sorry.
You're innocent to me.
Say, oops, up, side to head.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox, and tires matter. They're the only part of your vehicle that touches the road. Tread confidently with new tires from Tire Rack. Whether you're looking for expert recommendations or know exactly what you want, Tire Rack makes it easy. Fast, free shipping, free road hazard protection, convenient installation options, and the best selection of Bridgestone tires. Go to TireRack.com/sports to see their Bridgestone test results, tire ratings, and reviews, and be sure to check out all the special offers. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's business solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Come join everyone from 96.5 The Fan on Friday, March 28th at Hollywood Casino for the Royals Roundtable with Michael Massey, Kyle Isbell, and Josh Bernier. We'll have a Q&A starting at 6 o'clock, followed by a meet and greet with the players. The event is free and open to the public, so come hang out with all of us at Hollywood Casino on Friday, March 28th for the Royals Roundtable. This is your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
What's up, guys? We know athletes train every single day to perform better on the field, but what if you could improve your performance in the bedroom with no training required? That's right. I'm talking about Blue Chew. Your partner wants you to do whatever it takes to make your sex life better and have you feeling fantastic. Blue Chew is your secret weapon for the bedroom or wherever you decide to get it on. Turn oh no into oh yes with Blue Chew. Blue Chew is an online prescription service, so no visits to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy, and it ships right to your door in a discreet package. The licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. And if you don't like swallowing pills, that's no problem because Blue Chew's tablets are chewable. If you could benefit from extra confidence when it's time to perform, visit BlueChew.com. You want a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com and get your first month free when you use our promo code KFNZ at checkout. Just pay $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code KFNZ to receive your first month free. Just chew it and do it.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, it's Alex Gold, and since I'm the single guy here at the station, yeah, I know.
Wow, how surprising.
They're having me read this promo about Instagram. You probably didn't even know we had an Instagram, right?
Hello, Instagram followers.
But now you do. So do me a favor and go follow us at TheFan965. Win tickets, get behind-the-scenes content from the station. Plus, watch videos like Chiefs Take Tuesday and Best Bets on Sundays.
100%.
You're listening to your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Royals and Guardians on opening day right here on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan. KFNC FM and AM HD1 and HD2 Kansas City. An Odyssey sports station.
And another free agent was just signed in the NFL. In case you missed, I'm kidding.
Another one?
Another one.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. It is 7 a.m. now on the East Coast, Dusty. They went to bed last night, woke up this morning, and the signings are beginning because I guess the legal tampering period effectively begins at 11 a.m. Central Time today. But my God, yesterday, it just was like one after another, after another, after another when it came to free agent signings. And you're not really joking when you say another free agent sign. Between now and 10 o'clock, over under on how many free agent news we get. I'm going to set the over under number at 2.5.
Oh.
Higher than that. Okay, you're taking the over on that.
Hendrickson's getting signed. Jamar Chase is going somewhere besides Cincinnati.
You think all this happens before we're off the air today?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that'd be great if it did. That'd be fantastic if it did. So 2.5 is the over-under. How many moves will take place in the NFL before 10 o'clock this morning? Dusty's got the over. Mac, where are you going on that number today?
I'll stick with the over.
I'm going to take the under on this one today. I'm going to go under just to be different on it and see where we end up, because yesterday, Saturday night, I guess, as well, kind of a whirlwind for the National Football League. All told, they spent this weekend $1.12 billion on 16 players, higher than Cody's bar tab. My God.
Okay. God, you just couldn't resist. 6:02 on Monday.
2 minutes.
Oh, my God. Either way, it was a really wild Saturday. I mean, from everything. I mean, everywhere from like Nick Bolton to Xavier Worthy news to free agency. Like, it was crazy too, because it's not like it was, where NFL offseason can get, where it's like Jake Smith signs with Buffalo and extends contract. John Lasardi, which I think that was an actual kid I went to high school with.
Actually, Joe Lasardi, and it was my physical trainer, my personal trainer when I was in high school. I say personal trainer. They own the gym. The Lasardi brothers own the gym. Yeah. It's a good name.
But it was, out of nowhere, it was names like Aaron, right? It was names like DK Metcalf and, Myles Garrett really set the bar.
I mean Myles Garrett.
To the heavens. I don't want to be here. This place sucks. I want to go to a winner. Here's the most money ever. And I'll stick around.
Oh, okay. All that stuff you said about Cleveland. So what you're saying is you can be bought, right? Just like all of us.
Love before the money. That's what they should just pull.
This dude, just absolutely destroyed Cleveland, destroyed the organization, destroyed everything in his wake. You're going to pay me how much to stay here? Fine, I'm in. I'm a Brown for life, baby.
I don't want to be married to you at all. I'm not happy. I'm not happy with this relationship. I want to have an open relationship with other women. Not a chance. We should get divorced. Okay, actually, go do what you want to do.
That's right. Yeah, we're not going to get divorced. We're going to be just fine. $60 million a year, you're telling me for this? Okay, where do I sign up? Trey Hendrickson, coming to the altar. Micah Parsons, he's looking around going,
How much did he just get from Cleveland? Okay, I'm going to line up. I'm going to pay. I'm going to get in line for that. I'm just glad Chris Jones already got his dough, right? You don't have to worry about him now knocking on the door of Brett Veach saying, hey, time for me to get paid, because no, it isn't. But I mean, the Myles Garrett thing was just wild, Dusty. I mean, that was a guy who basically seriously burned every possible bridge, wasn't going to meet with the owner and all that kind of stuff. And then they ended up getting a deal done. Like, what? Excuse me? Who? Where? When? Why? Oh, my God, Myles Garrett. And then it just kind of became a ripple effect, if you will, from there on out.
Have you seen the meme that's like, it looks like if you're taking 35 towards I-70, when you go through downtown, it's like the Paseo and all that, where you can go to 71 south, you can go to I-70.
And it's got the car crashing. Yeah,
it's got like squealing off to the right. It was like leaving Cleveland, new team winning, and then it was like back in Cleveland for money, and it was like Myles Garrett was the car, and it was immediate like right turn.
Right, yeah. Saw that.
I don't blame him.
No, hell
honestly.
no.
Like, I mean, all right. I guess I'll just be on a miserable, but who knows, right? Like, who knows? Maybe they go draft Cam Ward and he is the truth.
Right. You don't know. Maybe they figure it out at the quarterback position. But I think if you're a betting man, you're not betting that Cleveland's going to figure it out, right? They have shown us by their body of work since they came back into existence, regardless of who the owner is, they just suck. And they can't get anything right. And so we'll see if they get the quarterback thing right. But I think now you'd have to think to yourself, if you're Cleveland, you're probably just drafting a quarterback, right? I mean, that's what you're going to do. You're having that number 2 overall pick. You're probably just going to draft a quarterback. Oh, yeah. I don't know if Tennessee is going to draft a quarterback, and the Giants and Jets may still fight to get up there to that number 1 spot. So it'll be interesting to see now how the draft kind of shapes out and who needs quarterbacks and what they're going to do, because a lot of the quarterbacks are on the move. Geno Smith was traded to the Raiders. As a Chiefs fan, do you really care about that one? I mean, that's a move that I don't think bothers any of us, right? Geno Smith to the Raiders. I mean, he's a workable quarterback, but nothing to be scared of.
I think it makes sense. And now I think they'll go get Lockett.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
I think that basically, like, in a nutshell, told you what they're doing, because I saw a funny meme. It was like the Vegas Raiders picture, and then they put in like the little bit of touch of like the Seahawks colors.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, if you're going to bring in a quarterback, because, I mean, there's still, like, this is how crazy the NFL free agency was. We still haven't mentioned Josh Allen, record-setting deal.
Yep.
Devontae Adams going to L.A.
That's right.
What that means for Cooper Kupp.
Buffalo spending all of their money overnight. I mean, crazy what they did.
Smart. I give them all the credit.
Yeah.
And then everyone looks at the Nick Bolton contract, and you're like, another linebacker got the same exact deal that Nick Bolton got, and Nick Bolton's 24, and obviously we'll have all day to dive into this, but it's just, yesterday it was just, I'm literally sitting there, you know, and my phone is just, because I have those stupid insiders for some reason, I can't get away from it.
Yeah, you got to get rid of those notifications.
And
right? Yeah.
Well, I'm glad I didn't yesterday. Like, I'm really glad I didn't, because yesterday it was just like constant, just, what have they done to us? What did they do to us? It was just every time it was like my phone like kept going up. I'm like, what is happening? Like, why is all this? Nuts. And then all of a sudden now it's like Aaron Rodgers might go to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
DK Metcalf went to Pittsburgh. Sam Darnold might go somewhere else. Who knows what's going to go on in Minnesota? And then what you get from yesterday was, to me at least, this is what I saw. And I'm not taking shots at the Bengals, but it was like everybody won yesterday except one team. Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah, it's true. They really lost yesterday, because now with the money that was spent on wide receivers yesterday, with the money that was spent on Myles Garrett yesterday, it's going to make it even more difficult for them to retain Jamar Chase, Trey Hendrickson. They may end up in a spot where they have to trade Jamar Chase, because he's just like, I'm not listening to a new contract at all, and I'm not playing this year.
What
and
did DK get? 5 for 150 or 5 for 150? Yeah.
Stupid money for DK Metcalf, like stupid dumb money. Yep. Like, you want to talk about dumb money that was spent yesterday? An aging wide receiver. I mean, think about that. That was what, 2016? No, not 2016. What year was he drafted?
He's 27.
27. I mean, that's getting up there. I mean, that puts you at what, 32, 33 years old for a wide receiver?
I mean, there's
and
no
you're
way
paying
he
him
plays
that money.
that full contract.
Probably not. But how much are you going to be on the hook for at the end? But look, Pittsburgh needed to make a statement, right? They needed somebody, and so you go get DK Metcalf. Now you wonder, as you mentioned, who the quarterback's going to be. Aaron Rodgers to Pittsburgh. That would be very interesting to see him and Mike Tomlin. To see finally Aaron Rodgers with like a legitimate, strong head coach. Like, I don't know how strong Mike McCarthy was as a head coach if he just let Rodgers do his thing. But you got to tell me this: he won a Super Bowl with that guy, and then battled Jerry Jones. I mean, the guy survived Aaron Rodgers and Jerry Jones, and won about
Jerry Jones?
12 games a year as a coach, surviving those two egomaniacs.
Did he survive Jerry Jones?
Oh God, yes. Jerry Jones is the general manager, giving you no talent with which to work, having a $90 million cap hit for Dak Prescott. I mean, come on.
Then he didn't allow him to talk to Chicago, and then they decided decided not to give him the contract. So
Right.
it's like Jerry Jones kind of messed with him.
No, I'm saying survived and was able to win games with that guy in the background. I mean,
I get that, but it's just, a lot of the Super Bowl they won was because of Rodgers. So I don't know how much of it was because of McCarthy.
But how much more would they have won had Rodgers not been a douchebag that
Or
entire
they'd have
time?
supported
Right?
him with talent.
Could have, but even still, look at Patrick Mahomes is still out here winning Super Bowls after Tyreek Hill goes away too. So like Aaron Rodgers to me is like one of I don't want to use the term a fringe quarterback because that'll be taken out of context. But Aaron Rodgers is like one of those guys. Like I just wonder after seeing what went on in New York, how much of that was going on in Green Bay and how much of that was being covered up by Mike McCarthy and all those guys in Green Bay. And they weren't getting what they needed to get out of Aaron Rodgers behind the scenes because we saw what the Jets, man, that guy ruined an organization.
Ruined.
I think he's completing that farfecta.
I hope so.
You think so? You think he's going to Minnesota?
Because you had asked today, you asked to open the show 2.5 over under.
Yeah.
I can give you 4 guys that you're going to see move before noon.
You think so? But I'm saying before 10 o'clock.
Yeah, because it'll be 11 their time.
Yeah.
Hendrickson.
Yeah.
Cooper Kupp.
Okay.
Does Jamar Chase count if he signs with the Cincinnati and stays?
That counts. Yeah, that counts as a move. Yeah, no, I'm talking moves.
Sam Darnold.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers. I'm already at 6.
I hope we see all those today.
3 of those are happening before we get off the air.
I hope we see those today. That would be a great deal.
913-586-7965. Over under 2.5 moves before we get off the air today. Bob will take you to Sam Darnold at 10. Okay, that's my shot. That's the only shot. But no, and then we don't even mention Hollywood Brown back in Kansas City.
Hollywood Brown.
Now, I know that in our next segment, we'll have all the Chiefs stuff that went on Saturday as well, from the roller coaster Xavier Worthy story to the Nick Bolton thing to the
Xavier Worthy story. I've
got a great, a good angle on that we can all kind of get on there. But we'll take it early because we'll go longer in the next segment. That's Bob Fescoe. That's Mac Morey. This is 96.5 The Fan. This is Fescoe and Dusty, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Make sure to follow us on Instagram @TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes content from the show. Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens. Let me talk to you. Generally, we hear talk about medicine and effective treatments for erectile dysfunction and other men's sexual health issues, weight loss as well. But today, I want to talk to you about love, because love is the best reason to get treated for your ED. ED can cause major relationship issues. In fact, men often push their partners away when ED becomes a problem. The condition can snowball. It can cause depression, arguments, breakups, and it can even contribute to divorce. The one you love is the light of your life, and if you're, like most men, you want to do whatever you can to nurture your relationship. But if you're suffering with erectile dysfunction, you know the impacts the condition is likely having on you and your partner that's caused by ED. But if you go to Heartland Men's Health, treatments work when the pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. Heartland Men's Health is successfully treating men in the Kansas City area. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Don't forget, they have the 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Kansas, Independence, Missouri, and North Kansas City. Call them today at 844-447-6600 or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
Hey guys, I'm here with Paige, a new friend and the owner at Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Paige, after 10 years, what continues to inspire you?
It's so inspiring to hear people change their lives and to be a part of that every day. The more people who can transform their lives and feel better and be more confident and be happier and see that change come through in every aspect of their life, not just in their weight or how they look or the clothes that they wear, but in their career and in their family and how they inspire their kids. That's why we do this.
Thanks, Paige. Changing lives without medication, the gym, or fasting. If you're ready to make a 180 with your health, do what I did and choose the solution for weight loss. Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Fast, proven weight loss, and keep it off thanks to that free support for life. Call 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800. Or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Good morning, beat freaks. Who's ready to move? Let's start this day right.
Tasha's morning dance parties are meeting rave reviews.
Lose your phones and find your groove.
They need an ops manager to help their community dance the morning away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed, you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Selling your home, it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. You could go it alone, trying to navigate market trends, determine fair pricing, and tackle tricky negotiations on your own. You could second-guess every decision, wondering if you're doing it right. Then there's the showings, the offers, and the mountain of paperwork. Or you could work with the expertise of a realtor, here to guide and help protect as you make your next big move. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Power Torque Tools DIY days at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Lifetime guaranteed Power Torque professional hand tools only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's March matchup season at BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Lock in your picks for this year's tournament with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Being on the sidelines is one thing. This March, get into the game with exciting state-of-the-art live tracking technology, exclusive sportsbook selections, and so much more. Check out BetMGM Originals for dozens of markets you won't find anywhere else. Take a shot at our exciting free-to-play games for your chance at scoring odds boost tokens, bonus bets, and many other prizes. Plus, new players can score up to $1,500 in bonus bets if their first bet loses. From the big dogs to the underdogs, March matchups at BetMGM is a player's best friend. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Kansas only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. Subject to eligibility requirements and rewards may vary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
The technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by the technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. On the Missouri side, heading into Lee's Summit, US 50 westbound, you may see a little bit of a slowdown approaching Blackwell. Earlier problem there was in the right lane. That's now moved off to the shoulder, so things recovering nicely. Money-back guarantees and parts and labor warranties mean you aren't just buying products, you are securing your investment. For a limited time, receive a free furnace when you purchase an AC. Schedule your complimentary proposal online at anthonyphc.com. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Diving right back into it here on Fescoe and Dusty here in the morning. Kansas City, beautiful day today.
Going to be great week, right? Great week.
Your boys golfing today. Your boys golfing tomorrow. Your boys golfing Saturday. Don't worry.
What about Wednesday, Thursday, Friday?
Well, I got to rest.
Oh, okay. A little sore now.
I don't make that much money, Bob.
Oh. Figured you just sneak onto the course like hole 7 or something and play the rest. People do that.
If I lived on a course, I would play the hole that I live closest by over and over and over and over again. But today we go back home. Today we go to Blue Springs Country Club.
Oh, very nice.
Used to be.
Gonna have the beef Wellington?
Nope.
Little lobster tail?
I don't think it's that kind of country club that you think.
I'd have the Cavassier, some brie, and some lobster, please.
No, they'll have the hot dogs on the roller and the Snickers in the fridge.
Perfect.
That's all I want. You can have your filet. You can have your club sandwich.
The club sandwich is big at a golf club, isn't
Sure
it? Like
is.
Everybody gets the club sandwich at the golf club.
Normally, every golf tournament you play in, it's always like a local barbecue establishment supplies the food.
That's
or
right.
It's like some random deli, and you get club sandwich,
Bag of Lay's, regular
potato-
Lay's, classic Lay's.
Which our guy Jimmy would love that.
Yeah.
And then you get like a pickle, or you get some random like cold side. You get like potato salad, mac salad, or coleslaw.
Yeah.
And you're like, the hell?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
what the hell?
I've done enough golf tournaments and putting golf tournaments on. I know you just ran down the
Brown box.
Yeah, you just ran down. Smokehouse usually does the ones that I'm affiliated with, and they do a great pulled pork sandwich and the side of beans and a cookie. I think they throw in there
Cookies
too.
a lot of time are in there.
Oh, it's so good. The
Or a
Smokehouse
pickle
one on a
spear.
brioche bun. Oh, the spear.
Yeah.
Yes, the pickle spear is fantastic.
And that's the thing about a golf tournament is if you are one of those guys that bitches about the free box lunch, get out.
Yeah, it's a charity event, sir. We're trying to save our
what
money.
Is this?
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, I don't care. It's whole 4.
Yeah,
it's
it's
9
ham and
a.m. and I'm
cheese.
starving.
Eat it. Yeah.
Because I've also had probably a mimosa and a Bloody Mary before we've even teed off.
A lot of times we'll do breakfast burritos from Southside as well. They'll roll out the breakfast burritos at golf
Also
tournaments.
a
People
solid-
love those, man.
Solid move.
Yeah, get a
Solid
breakfast burrito at the beginning and then finish it up with a meal at the end.
Yeah.
Or at the turn or however you want to do it.
And see if they
you
auction
deliver
off
them.
your number on the ticket.
Yeah.
I got 568. 568. And then some guy that ran, oh, yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
Come get it.
Come get
we're
your
not trying
prize,
to be
man.
here until 7th grade.
Yeah, let's go. Move this thing along.
I will say this.
Because everybody, just total sidebar, no matter what event you go to, people are ready to leave as soon as they get there.
I never
So
stay.
you've got to get these things moving. You've got to be quick. You've got to be fast. Nobody wants to stay around.
The only time I stay is if like we did really well and we want to, and like we are in a good flight. Like there's a tournament me and my buddies play. We've gotten second place twice in a row.
Nice.
Lost to Trent Green's group 2 years in a row.
Well, he's a ringer. I mean, it's tough.
Dude.
Yeah, he's a ringer. Yeah.
Big time. And he knows people, obviously.
Right.
And we lost by 1 stroke 2 years ago, lost by 2 this year.
Because athletes never stop competing no matter what event it is. They'll compete against you in anything no matter how old they are.
Oh, yeah. It's that gene.
It is, man.
They're just born with it.
That's a flex, though. That's still cool.
Oh yeah, I mean it was it was funny because the guys that put it on last year, we got second place. You want to take a guess at what I won?
You want a hat?
Shotgun shells.
Oh, not what?
I stood up and I just said, well, it's a hunting association.
Oh, okay,
I literally put up. I was like from Wayne's World. I was like, I don't own a gun, and some guy's like, give you $100 for it right now. It's like
Done.
$100 bill left.
I would have just given it to you, but
I was
fine.
Like, they're like, all right, second place goes to Weist, Likens, Lehman, and Dold. And here's your prize. I was like, what the hell is this? Like shotgun shells, dude. 44 gauge. I'm like, I don't even have a slingshot, dude. I got a metal
at least you
bat
made
next to my belt.
$100. You made kind of your entry fee back.
Yeah,
at the
I
end
hope I
of
don't
the
get in
day,
trouble
right?
for admitting that on the air. But yeah, that's what it was. So that was cool. Something else happened over the weekend. The Xavier Worthy news.
What a freaking Saturday it was for that guy, huh?
This is why, and I know there's a lot of us out there, and this is one of those stories where there's more to it than we're ever going to know. But what we do know is arrested, booked, dropped.
Right.
And how the story processed was what we were told via what we know. Friday night, a dispute happened.
Mm-hmm.
He was arrested, taken into custody, and then Saturday, the snowball happens. Right? Like, Chief star Xavier Worthy has been arrested. God, can the Chiefs just go and officers not get in trouble?
Chiefs wide receivers need to be banned from Texas. I heard that a lot from people, too. Yeah.
And then there was, all these sort of speculations. And, I just sat back and I was like, let's wait. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Not saying that, look, I'm with all of you out there. I was probably like Mac. I'm going, oh, God, not this time. Like, I remember texting you guys. I'm like, Xavier, obviously. And you guys are like, yeah, we're on it. We're watching. We're monitoring it. And then all of a sudden, here comes... sorry, Schefter's tweeting. I'm just making sure we get that over under.
Did
he's talking about Justin Fields.
Okay.
But it says, but needs to understand more about the Jets situation.
Okay, so nobody signed.
No,
Nobody
not
signed.
yet,
Okay,
not yet.
nobody signed yet.
So then Saturday, that comes out, and everybody's got theirs, they've got theirs. Everyone thinks they know what's going on.
Oh, yeah.
And then...
Well, of course we do, because we got a bit of information and we're on X.
And all we have is a mugshot.
That's right. We know everything.
Which is like our court system. Guy comes in an orange jumpsuit, guilty. It's
Right.
like, you haven't even heard anything yet. You just assume he's guilty. By the way, again, track record, we understand where this normally leads to.
Right.
Very rare, if ever, have we seen it end like this. So then then Xavier Worthy's lawyer comes out with a statement.
Which was a great statement. I absolutely love that statement by his lawyers. This didn't happen, basically. Go screw off. We're getting off these charges. Is basically what that statement said.
And he says that, there were scratches on the face, hair was pulled out, blah, blah, blah.
She attacked him.
And then later on during the evening, charges dropped, no longer in custody,
right?
No longer being
Move about your Saturday.
Go back on.
Go to Papa Do's and enjoy Saturday
Now
night.
it's like nothing. So if I can give you what I think happened, because of what I've read, what I've looked at in the releases and all that, somebody cheated on somebody.
Yeah, it sounded like she cheated on him, and he told her to move out.
Somebody cheated on somebody. He basically confronted her, or she confronted him, and then it sounds like if there was, some sort of contact, she was getting a little rowdy, and then he put his hands on her to defend himself and was like, get out.
Mm-hmm.
She called cops. Cops come to Xavier's house. They arrest him. He does what he's supposed to do. He gets to his lawyer. He explains to his lawyer what happened. His lawyer then gets involved, which is what you should be doing.
Yep.
And then they get the facts from her. And then all of a sudden it's like, ma'am, would you care to, talk about this? Oh, yeah. Because when charges get dropped like that, that means something came out that is now not to their side. And it's like, well, if you did this and you did this and he just did that, what really happened? And then you start second guessing, or somebody got paid.
Yeah.
And in this, I don't think anybody maybe got paid. I think this is just one of those things where it's like, well, he's saying this, this, and this. Did this happen? Yes, it did. Did you do this? Yes, I did. Okay, well, then you don't have any sort of case here.
You have nothing here.
You're free to go,
yeah,
sir. That's my intake on it. I don't know, obviously, all the details, but judging by what the lawyer said, what the statement said, him being released, him not being charged, that's what I think.
It's pretty simple. She, according to the statement, was cheating on him. He asked her to move out. She wouldn't move out. Ipso facto, here we sit on a Saturday morning thinking about what's going to happen with the Chiefs wide receiver core. Glad we didn't have to go that far, because immediately it was like, all right, who do we sign now? Do we get DK Metcalf? We got to trade?
The New England Patriots have agreed to send defensive tackle Donovan Gotchu. Is that how you say that?
Gotchu.
Gotchau. Godchaux to the New Orleans Saints. That's one.
That's one.
But
so
wait,
I got it down in my book.
More.
One trade. No free agent signings yet. We got one.
We're going to hammer that, Mac.
In
Who is
exchange
that?
for a 7th round
I don't
pick.
know.
Who got you?
Got you.
Got you for a 7th round pick.
Is that how you say that?
No idea.
But it doesn't matter. We're going to use that word anyway. Got you. I like that. I think it's perfect. I don't know who the gentleman is, and I don't care. But they got you a 7th round draft pick for that guy. I'll tell you what, New England, you may get an Isaiah Pacheco. I mean, it's a big deal right there. Got you for a 7th round pick. Let's go. But anyway, so he was released, and we move about our day, and that's kind of where it is on this one, right? I mean, she is now probably out of the house, I would imagine, and he can kind of go about his day and do his thing and move on. You got to be careful who you associate with, man. We talk about it all the time. You've got to be careful about who's in your inner circle, who you date, who's there for the reasons that they need to be there for, who's there for the wrong reasons. Like, all of those things need to be factored in when you decide who to let in to your inner circle. And so hopefully this is a lesson for Xavier Worthy, and hopefully now he's able to move on, and we put this thing to bed and we move forward, and we know that he's going to be part of this organization moving forward, and he's going to be just fine as a player this year.
And I think the other thing too is, like, this is where, like, I think if you take this as a learning experience, like, maybe wait for everything to come out.
Yeah.
Now I understand.
We say that, and then everybody will continue to jump to conclusions.
My friends,
right?
I'm like, you don't know anything
and
yet.
like, that's
Just
what I'm saying.
learn.
Like, I'm with you guys. I think we can all be honest here that we share the same thing. We all kind of thought we knew where this was going. Like, oh God,
yes, yeah.
Because then they signed Hollywood Brown like immediately,
right?
And
Oh,
you're
immediately
like,
afterwards, you're like, yeah.
Coincidence or not, like, they signed him, and then you're like, all of a sudden, like, man, again, really? Like, can these Chiefs guys just not, like? And then all of a sudden, like, all your buddies that are texting you, all these people on social media that think they got it all figured out, and then boom, here comes the lawyer's side. Hey, she won't even give us any factual evidence. She won't even give us any sort of story yet. We just know that she called the cops and got him arrested.
Right.
Because most times, often than not, in a domestic dispute, unless you're Hope Solo, the one,
right?
Like, the guy's going to be arrested and taken away. And again, I don't think anybody should put their hands on a woman. But
or Tawny Katane, she beat up Chuck Finley.
Yeah. God, he had a great slider.
I always wanted him on my team.
And so, I think that's what this can be as a lesson learned. Like, even though you might obviously know what's going to be the outcome, because 90% of the time when you see these sort of stories happen, you kind of know, like, all right, here comes a 4-game suspension. This guy sucks. He couldn't keep his hands off this woman. This is a rarity.
Right.
But this is also a lesson to be learned. Like, sit back and wait for everything to come out.
Yeah, but we don't do that anymore. We immediately run to
yeah.
X, formerly Twitter, and tell everybody what we think happened without having any of the details. And so that's kind of the world in which we operate. But also, too, it's a wake-up call for all the other players as well. Make sure that you have everything buttoned up when you go home at night. Make sure you have the right people in your circle. Make sure you're hanging out with the right folks that are there for the right reasons. And so that's a good wake-up call, I think, for the other 52 guys inside that locker room and everybody else around the NFL. Make sure you got the right people around you.
Respect the text.
Pronounced Godshaw.
Gotcha. Okay.
Gotcha. I think it's got you.
Heard of him. Got you.
Still never heard of the guy.
Right.
Somebody says 2 words, Lorena Bobbitt.
Oh, yeah, she did that one too.
She just cut to the conclusion right away.
Right.
And then chucked that sucker in the bush. And then they sewed it right back on.
Oh my God! Could you
cold
imagine?
outside.
I mean, could you imagine? Just imagine being in that situation. I mean,
be
that guy.
castrated?
I mean, that guy.
No.
That poor son of a gun, man. I tell you what. Ooh.
John Wayne.
John.
Right?
It was John Wayne Bobbitt.
Yeah, John Wayne.
It was. Yeah.
Thank you, John Wayne.
Yeah.
Is this me?
Yeah. Imagine if that happened today. What kind of star he would be via social media.
He was a star.
He was back then, but
He was in
he'd
Playgirl.
be even bigger right now if that stuff was going on. Max, I don't even know what you're talking about.
No, we explained it to you.
We
the other
did.
day.
Yeah. This guy got lopped off by his wife. Yeah. She threw it in the snow.
Terrible.
Must have been huge if they could find it. I would have had to wait. I would have had to wait till it melted. Oh, here it is.
It's like all the dog poop that's showing up now in your yard after the
hell
winter
is
has
this?
melted away. Like, where is all this poop coming
Speaking
from?
of random story of snow melting, true story, not making it up. Class rings. Did you guys all buy one?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, you're like prime
Yeah.
class ring era.
Yeah.
Did you? Didn't
do it, yeah.
Okay. I don't know why I did, but at the old Blue Springs High School, it was campus style. So you went from building to building, obviously, and it would snow every once in a while. Well, when it snowed, everybody just packed snowballs and would throw them out, and we'd always do like the soft lobs.
Yeah.
Threw one,
Class
got
ring.
to class. 20 minutes later, I was like, class ring's gone. 3 weeks later, Mr. Likens, to the office, please. Hey, this was found outside after the snow melted.
Wow.
I went and took it to my parents and said, put this away.
That's
Lock it away.
great. Yeah.
Never worn again.
Never worn again. That's
Never
good. You're
worn
lucky
again.
you found it because the same thing happened to me Christmas Eve years ago.
Yeah.
I got out of the car and I moved my hand and my wedding ring went into the night.
Whoa.
Yeah, I never found that again.
Oh,
But I mean, for a
damn.
guy, it's okay. I mean, it's not that
Yeah.
big a deal. But, if it was
Yeah.
a diamond for my wife, we'd be out there still today, years later, looking for this
Shaking
thing,
the-
right?
Yes.
Trying to find the damn ring. But for me, it flew off, and that was that. So I ended up getting another one. So
All right, it's Monday. Let's get to some overreactions here on a Monday here on Fescoe and Dusty with you. I'll go first if you want, or Bob, you can go first. I think your name's first on the list.
no,
so-
Mac is first up
Max
on
is-
that
oh,
list. Yeah, he's got his overreaction
on me,
over the
Daddy.
weekend from a Friday to a Monday, and where we rock and roll with this overreaction.
All right.
Overreaction. You
Lay
guys
it on
ready?
me.
Yeah.
lay it
The
on me.
Lakers are screwed. 8 games in 13 days after all of the games they had to miss because of the wildfires. No LeBron James. Just a game and a half. They're 3 games back from being the 6th seed right now. They're the 2 seed. A lot can happen these next 13 days. Lakers.
The Lakers are
Down,
done. They're
down.
done
Yeah.
without LeBron.
Didn't Jokic get
Right.
hurt this weekend?
Did he?
I thought he got
I
scratched.
thought he injured his shoulder.
Well, yeah, he's been dealing with it, but he's been playing through
Is
it.
it sore from drinking too much? Those 12-ounce curls are getting
Riding
to
horses,
him? You know?
probably,
Did you see what he did over the weekend? First time ever in the NBA.
What did he do?
He had a triple-double with 20-20-20.
Oh, my God.
30,
That's
20-20.
That's never been done
Never
before. in
happened.
the
Not
history of the
30,
league?
20-20.
Wow, that's crazy.
They're like, how'd you feel about that? He's like, maybe one day I will think about it on my. I don't know why he's Russian, but like he's like, maybe one day I sit on my couch and laugh about it. But today I play basketball.
Yeah.
It's like, all right,
Sweet, dude.
Give me the hookah and a beer, baby.
who's winning in the horse race? Yeah, I don't know why he's Russian.
It's close, right?
It's close, yeah.
It's close enough.
So that's your overreaction.
Yeah, that's
Lakers
my
are done.
overreaction.
Mine is, and I take this from a lot of the reaction that I saw on X over the weekend. KU will go further than Missouri in the tournament.
Bob, you're
right
back
now,
at college.
right?
Look at this guy back at college basketball.
KU will go further than Missouri in the tournament. I saw a lot of tweets after the Arizona win. Missouri can't stop anybody, by the way. The day they play defense will be the
Missouri
first day,
finished their
right?
season losing 3 in a row.
I know. That's what I'm saying. they're not playing good basketball. They're giving up 90 a game. They're not stopping anybody right now. And I did see over the weekend a bunch of X posts, formerly Twitter, that did say, well, this is the preseason number one we all expected with Kansas playing. You waited to the last game to play your best game, and Hunter Dickinson had his best game in his last game. Like, as a sports fan, I can't tell you how much that pisses me off. You have that talent in you, but you don't realize that talent until the last game of the season. It's like when people say, oh, Ichiro could have hit a home run every single time he was at the plate. Then why didn't he? If he could do it every single time, then he should have been doing that. So as a KU fan, instead of being jazzed that your team did great on senior day and you threw newspaper in the air, you should look at that performance and go, damn, all season long, we had to ride this kind of roller coaster, put all your fans through hell, and played like that. Now, if they play like that, they can be unstoppable. Arizona's a great team coming in. They knocked them off. Hunter Dickinson played well.
They're not great. They're
top,
good.
They're a good team, man. That's a big win for Kansas this year, winning that game. That's a big win.
But also look at like KU's, like for some reason, whatever it is, there's like an Aurora in Fog Island on senior night.
Oh, there always is.
There's just something about senior night in Kansas where it's just like.
Oh, and you saw the X post about, thank God our senior night streak is intact. Or putting it like Rob Brenton. I'll tell you what, this team may suck, but they kept that senior night streak intact. You're right, Rob.
Did you like the Reds? Do you like the KU Reds?
That's all right. I don't mind. I like an alternate uniform every once in a while. I don't mind.
I like the
Reds.
Yeah, I don't hate them. No,
I'm glad he turned into Hunter.
I'm not a huge red guy, though.
He went from Fairleigh Dickinson to Hunter Dickinson in one day.
In one day. 30-some points or whatever he had. Dominate that game. Do your thing. Now play like that in March, and let's see what happens. So that's my overreaction. KU will go further than Missouri. Who are you betting on to go further at this point, knowing what you know about the way teams are playing right now?
I think they're going to both be 7 seeds, too, I believe.
Are they really?
I think that's
like 6 and 7, right?
Yeah. Depending on where they go in the SEC tournament, which I know not everybody loves college basketball, but the SEC tournament is going to be electric.
Oh, there's going to be moments in that thing that we're talking about. Absolutely.
Starting Wednesday.
Yeah.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday should just be absolutely astonishing and insane. Big 12 will get really good on Thursday. And then ACC, Duke's going to win the national championship.
Did you know that the Big 12, the Big 10 doesn't invite everybody to their conference tournament now?
Good. You got to make the deal.
I mean, I think just let everybody play. I like everybody.
You like everyone coming in?
Yeah,
Okay.
Absolutely. Because if we didn't last year, NC State doesn't go to the Final Four. I mean, that was a fun run last year. And they fired their coach over the weekend. Final Four last year, fired this year. The Final Four was a major anomaly for this guy. He was getting fired last year had they not made that run to the Final Four. What's your overreaction, Dustman?
Bobby Wood Jr. is going to win the Triple Crown.
I don't think that's an overreaction. I mean, I really don't. Now that Aaron Judge has nobody in the lineup to protect him, he's not winning the Triple Crown.
Jonathan India is spanking the ball at the leadoff position.
He's so good.
Gives him RBI chances. Bobby Wood Jr. is going to hit 40 home runs. He's going to steal 40 bases. Aaron Judge, there's something in the water in New York, boys. I don't know what it is.
I don't know. It's bad.
Something's in the water in New York. Lucas
is.
Heels going to miss a lot of the season. Garrett Cole's elbows in question. Giancarlo Stanton sign up for another injury again that's going to make him miss a couple of games. Could miss the whole season.
Fears of the Skankies.
I don't know if we can call him that now.
No, Giancarlo Stanton's done for the year, pretty much. I mean, I saw that this morning or yesterday.
Well, they said if he has surgery, he is.
Yeah.
And he's like, if I don't have surgery, I'm just going to be in pain all season. It's like, dude.
Get the surgery, cancel the season, be done. You're getting paid anyway. What do you care? Garrett Cole, Tommy John, but it may be worse than Tommy John, may end his career.
Wow.
They're talking. I mean, Brian Cashman yesterday, great quote. I was watching a lot of MLB Tonight yesterday. Brian Cashman, yeah, I'm preparing for the worst, but we'll see. So he knows it's pretty bad. And, you mentioned Luis Heel as well. I mean, good luck. Now, what's going to be cool is to see the moves that the Yankees try to make, right? This is NFL move time for these next couple of days. Put the Yankees into that mix. It may be wild in baseball for the next couple of days because the Yankees aren't going to sit pat losing all three of those guys to start a season.
No, and I would say if you want to lock bet, go ahead and put it on Baltimore to win the East. I think they can handle Boston. I don't think Toronto's got much of anything. Watch them go get Vlad Guerrero Jr. now.
Who's that? The Yankees. Oh, maybe make a trade. Oh, I didn't even think about that, Dusty. That's interesting.
I mean, if you don't have Giancarlo Stanton and you need somebody to hit beside Judge, because Cody Bellinger's too up and down. Paul Goldschmidt is in.
But now you've got 8 fat first basemen that are past their prime. I mean, like
who's fat
Bellinger,
at first?
Goldschmidt.
Bellinger's going to play outfield.
You think so?
Yeah, and he's not fat.
But I mean, he's past his prime. I mean,
Is he?
yeah, I think so.
He's definitely not fat. If I looked at Cody Bellinger and somebody called me fat, I'd be like, damn, dude.
Yeah, but I mean, all these guys like a clog jam over there at first base. I mean, like how many first
jacked?
Yeah, but how many first basemen can you need that go station to station? Like, I don't know. I mean, I like the idea of going and getting Guerrero because that's the biggest name available out there. But don't you have a log jam of things that you need to figure out?
Somebody says they should have kept the facial hair band in New York.
But I don't think the Bobby Witt thing is far fetched. I think Jonathan India does make a huge difference at the top of the lineup, and we can geek out with baseball all day because the game was on yesterday. We watched a little bit of that. We're gonna have Ryan Lefevre tomorrow at 9:20 on the show, and they did the 30 for 30, if you will, the 30 teams in 15 days featuring the Royals yesterday. I thought the Jonathan India stuff was the most interesting out of all of that. They interviewed Reagans and Lugo and Bobby and India and Jonathan India
and
JJ
and
Vinny and Cags.
That sounded good.
Yes, it did. Thank you, Ryan. But I thought the interview with Jonathan India was very, very opening and very telling, where he went, I'm just glad I can play baseball now and I don't have to be the leader of the team. And I'm like, I never thought of it like that. Like, you just go out there and you just play baseball with the Reds. He had to worry about, bringing everybody along, and he couldn't focus on his own things. Now I just get to focus on baseball. And if that's the truth and he's just focused on baseball, he's going to have himself a really good year. I'm excited about Jonathan India at the top of the lineup, man.
We'll talk about it the rest of the day, but here's the sound that we get back to on the other side.
That sounded good.
Any more trades or free agent moves?
Nope, just Jack Caglione hitting bombs.
That sounded good. Yep. That's going to go a long way to right field, and spring training home run number 3.
Put him on the opening day roster. That's what I say. We discuss Caglione on the other side here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Royals.
Fescoe and Dusty. Subscribe and watch the show on YouTube by going to our channel at The Fan 965, Kansas City's FM sports station. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Foaling have all kinds of fun on Monday night, because now on Mondays they have Jeopardy Bar League every Monday at 7 o'clock. It's free to play with weekly prizes for first and second place, plus surprise prizes for all the daily doubles. So what you need to do is grab your team of up to 6 people, come on in to Foaling on Monday night, and you're going to play Bar League Jeopardy. And it's hosted by the trivia aficionados over at the Geeks Who Drink and their very own Jeopardy champ, Pat Kerr, who's also a bartender at Foaling. So bring your own food, bring your team, bring everything to Foaling tonight and play Bar League Jeopardy. You'll do it right from your phone. And at Foaling, Monday, you want to have a nice cold beverage, right? They've got an unbelievable beer selection. They can make you up any cocktail you want. And with bringing your own food, you can eat whatever the heck you want at Foaling. And make sure you reserve a lane for Foaling as well. You're throwing footballs at bowling pins, knocking them down, having yourself the time of your life. It is perfect for everybody, and it's located at 435 and State Line. So reserve your lane now at FoalingKC.com. That's FoalingKC.com, and get your Foal on.
Looking for the perfect engagement ring? At Shane Company, we know this is an exciting time. It can also be overwhelming. Customers say this a lot. Where do I start? How do I choose? At Shane Company, this is where the magic happens. Since 1929, we've been experts at helping customers find the perfect engagement ring. We invite you into the design process, help you pick out the perfect diamond or colorful gemstone, and choose a style that speaks to you. Come see us in store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'll tell you what, my friends over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control are going to have so much fun taking care of my yard. Now that all the snow's melted, I can see all the problem spots, and I'm looking at them and I'm going, now, Aspen Lawn and Pest Control, you guys can handle this now. This is your project to work on, and when they're done, they're probably going to hang this thing in a museum and go, look at what we did with the before and after of Fescoe's yard, because of how bad it is, and look at how good it's going to be after Aspen Lawn and Pest Control take over. And I'm waving the white flag on this one, and I'm hiring the college-educated professionals at at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. They went to school for degrees to know how to make your lawn look awesome. So I'm going to trust them with that. And when you see their iconic blue trucks, they're always parked in front of the nicest lawns in town. You can expect award-winning services because they've been doing it since 1985. And they offer full-service lawn care, irrigation, and pest control. Right now, if you mention this ad, you'll get a free estimate and up to half off your first application. So you want to expect the best. Don't wait. Call today or just visit them at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
Listen, you've been making house payments for years, right? And right now your home's value has never been higher, right? That means you're likely sitting on a small fortune in equity. And good for you. That's cash you could use to help secure your retirement, solve all your financial burdens, enable you to travel everything you want. The catch is, you're not ready to move. No problem. You don't have to with TrueHold. Sell and stay leaseback program. It's a genius financial strategy. You sell your home to TrueHold while its value is high. You bank all the equity in cash now, and you can stay as long as you like with an easy, affordable lease. And TrueHold pays property taxes, insurance, and maintenance. TrueHold unlocks your wealth without uprooting your life. Get a TrueHold offer now while your home's value is sky high. Call 1-855-300-9993 or visit TrueHold.com. The smarter, faster way to cash out without moving out. TrueHold.com.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Going down in a rinse straight. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Power Torque Tools DIY days at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Lifetime guaranteed Power Torque professional hand tools only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Booth Creek Wagyu, KC's premier Wagyu beef meat market, has even more convenient ways for you to shop. In addition to their location at 135th and Metcalf, they're now open at 95th and Knoll. Everyone deserves to elevate their beef. Whether you're looking to wow your family with a meal they'll never forget or impress your friends, neighbors, and coworkers, their Wagyu experts are ready to help you pick out something unforgettable. Booth Creek Wagyu, now with 2 locations, open 7 days a week, or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
Opening day coverage is brought to you by Hollywood Casino. Stop by Hollywood Casino every Wednesday in March from 12 until 2 to register for your chance to win opening day tickets. Your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by KRT Muscle Cream on the Missouri side. 71 northbound, starting to slow just a bit from 75th up towards Gregory. A body of motion stays in motion until you feel that first muscle tighten. KRT helps you get back in action with all natural pain relief in just minutes. Learn more at krtrelief.com. That's krtrelief.com. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
sounded good. Yep. That's going to go a long way to right field, and spring training home run number 3.
That's right. Ryan Lefevre there. That was from MLB Network as it was on yesterday on your TV.
I was watching it on Fox Sports Wisconsin yesterday. It was like everywhere you could find that game, which was awesome.
They had it on the normal channel the Royals are on during the regular season.
Did they?
It's 59. I think that's like the channel that they go on. But no, we get to get jacked up because that is our bit that we do with this young stud, Jack Caglione. We've been doing this for about 3 weeks now. We call it getting jacked up anytime he does something good.
That sounded good.
There it is. Yeah.
How definitive, if you've ever want to know, like if somebody said, hey, Siri, what does a home run sound like when it's absolutely tatered?
Oh, boy.
Good God.
There it was. The Jack
444,
Caglione.
116.
Cags is interesting, and I was talking to somebody in the front office yesterday about Jack Caglione because I know how excited everybody is about this kid, right? The worst thing to happen for the Royals yesterday was to have that game on TV and Jack Caglione to hit a home run and a double, right? Like that was the worst thing because now everybody is ready for Jack Caglione to come up to the big leagues, I think, right? Everybody's like, all right, let's do this. Let's get this thing done. Good news, bad news. Which one do you want first?
Bad
Good news or bad
always
news?
bad news
Always
first.
Bad news first. Bad news is he won't be on that opening day roster for you, okay?
Yeah, well, that's like your opinion, man.
Well, actually, it's what I'm getting from the organization. So.
Yeah, well, that's like their opinion, man.
They got to control this thing, right?
Well, we still have 17 days.
Hey, we got a ways to go yet.
We got
You're
2
right.
weeks and 3 days till we get up there. Somebody or something could happen. He could keep hitting piss missiles.
Yep.
And you can't deny the truth.
Well, and see, that's the thing, though, and we were kind of talking about it before the show. Like, everybody's praising MJ and saying he's ready to go, and then you got Cags like, well, he still needs time. Like, where the happy medium is, right? This is the beauty of baseball. And so they're not going to have him up, but now that's the bad news, right? Do you want the good news now with
Nothing
Jack
else.
Caglione,
Nothing
right?
matters. Nothing matters.
Do you want the good news?
Please.
Because the good news is, however, it was really cool to see him do that off of legit major league starting pitching, is what I was told by someone in the organization, which is good. And the other thing is that they're not going to artificially hold him down for the clock to start ticking like we had seen in years past. I said, all right, what's it going to take? I mean, just be real with me, right? Like, what's it going to take for this kid to go out and finally be at the big league level? They could just go down there and dominate minor league pitching for a little bit and see what happens,
Does
right?
not do anything.
Right?
It does not do anything for him.
But for whatever reason, in baseball, it does. And that's the way that they believe that it does, because there is a little bit of fear. And I know you don't want to hear about Jackson Holiday, but that was the name I was given yesterday by somebody in the front office. They're like, Jackson Holiday was the hottest prospect, came up.
18 years old.
Right.
He's fresh off having pubes on his sack before he even got to the big leagues.
But you can sit here and till you're blue in the face say that he should be, in the big leagues, but it's not going to happen at the beginning of the season, right? Now, if you need a bat as the year goes along and he's dominating minor league pitching and he's doing his thing, then you have the opportunity to bring him up. But they're not going to rush him up right now to the big league level until they're confident that when he comes. Dayton always used to say, when we bring a guy up, we want to make sure they stay at the big league level. And I think that's what they're doing with Cags.
Okay.
So when do you think he'd be called up, Bob?
How the hell do I know? I don't work for the organization. I don't know.
Just a guess. Your guess.
My guess, probably middle of the year, June.
Okay.
So here's my take.
I was just curious.
Because, I think all of that, and I'm going to do my best not to cuss, is a bunch of BS. And I'm not calling out the Royals organization. I don't want you to think that I'm doing that. This is Caglione in the spring so far this year. 14 plate appearances. His average is 545. His OPB is 643. He's slugging 1455. His OPS, want to guess what it is? More than Tap's bar tab. 2.098. 3 bombs, 5 ribbies, 3 walks, 1 strikeout. Okay? This is major league pitching that he's hitting, not this BS A ball, not triple A ball where he's not.
I told you that was the good news. They're impressed that he's doing against the big leaguers.
Just let me cook. Because this son of a buck needs to be on the opening day roster as your opening day DH. I don't want Nelson Velazquez. That's not a shot at Nelson Velazquez. I don't want it to be Freddie Fermin. I like Freddie Fermin. You need a bat in that lineup. It's right there. He's right there. He played in college, destroyed college pitching. It's not Jackson Holliday. Jackson Holliday was a prophet of a player who was an absolute stud in Matt Holliday. And everybody said, oh, he's going to be like his dad. Wait do you see his power? And they brought him up at 18 years old. Caglione is 22. That's a 4-year difference. 4, played in the SEC in college. He's doing this in the minor leagues right now off of what you said, big league pitching, which goes back to the take that I had. Why do we look at the spring training and say, boy, I'll tell you what, looks like MJ's really figured it out. But yet we look at Jack Caglione and we're like, well, he's doing it in the minor leagues in spring training. Which one is it, Daryl? Because here's what I also think could help Caglione. Because we always go back to Josh Vernier humbling us all. Dusty, if he's going to be in the big leagues, he's got to play. Play every day at DH. And when you're not playing and when you go to the field at 2 o'clock, guess who's on your roster? Rusty Kuntz. Guess who's a fungo bat master? Rusty Kuntz. Are you going to learn how to play the Royals outfield playing in Surprise and all these little minor league ballparks? Or are you going to learn how to play right field and left field, shag and fly balls with Rusty Kuntz?
Well, they'll send Rusty to wherever he needs to go for this guy.
Again, my point is, you're not going to understand the dimensions of Kauffman Stadium if you're not in there. Being a DH is not wasting this kid's time. Putting this kid at DH is lessening the pressure. He doesn't go out there and have to see it all the time. He can get used to playing right field, used to playing left field. The other thing that I love about this, if he's on the big league roster, competitive competition in your house works. If he's breathing down the neck of MJ Melendez, maybe that's the fire that needs to be lit in MJ's ass to actually be a stick in this lineup. Then it's a win-win. Oh, MJ Melendez, now you have somebody breathing down your neck that's a dog. And now you got to be a dog, and you got to learn how to hit, because I'm tired of the MJ Melendez. Oh, he's fixed his high knee kick. He's really hitting the ball in minor leagues. He's cool. If you want to take the Jack Caglione and say that minor league pitching helps big league batters get better, remember when MJ Melendez hit 40 home runs? What's he done in the big leagues? I'll wait.
Well, and I think with Jack Caglione, though, too, the guy he's pushing is Vinny Pasquantino. It's not MJ Melendez. I don't think the outfield is really in Cags' future. It may be, but, I mean, if you're going to go learn the outfield, it's not like learning the outfield in what year is this, 2023, where they were a 106-loss ball club, so you had nothing to lose. This is a playoff team right now, so you have to make sure that everybody you put out there is top level at every position. And if Jack Caglione is a guy that could be a liability for you on the defensive side, or you're not quite ready for his bat yet, then hold him back. I mean, it's not a terrible thing to hold him back and say, just make sure you go down there and you get ready, so when you do come back up to the big league level, when you come back up to the big league levels, you are ready to go. And if you are going to do a position switch and all of a sudden he's going to be an outfielder, then you go down to Omaha or Northwest Arkansas or wherever it is that you are, and you learn how to play that position at the minor league levels. It's what Alex Gordon did when he switched from third base to the outfield. They sent him down. They sent Rusty with him. They learned the outfield. He got comfortable in the outfield. They brought him back up, and he turned into one of the best left fielders that we've seen. Probably the best left fielder in Royals history, I think is safe to say. And so that's what you're going to do with Jack Caglione. You probably follow that same sort of blueprint that you did with Alex Gordon if you're switching positions. Send him to the minors, learn that position, get comfortable with that position, and so you're not learning that position at the big league level. This isn't 2023. This is all about winning right now. And so I don't have a problem with him just getting comfortable. If they're going to make a position switch, put him in the outfield, whatever it is, make sure he's comfortable, make sure he's ready to go, and then you can bring him up. If this was 2023 or even last year, for God's sakes, when you didn't have many expectations, yeah, bring the kid up. Let's see, what he's all about. Let's see what he can do. But I think the Royals are looking at this right now, that he's a mid-season reinforcement for them if everything goes according to plan. They like the team that they have right now. They feel good about this team right now. Many people are predicting them to win the division, go far in the postseason this year. And then if you could add Jack Caglione in as a mid-season acquisition instead of having to go out there and making a trade for a guy, then you win all sorts of awards. You didn't have to give anybody up. You get a bat inserted into your lineup, and then you can kind of hit the ground running. So they're just making sure that this guy is going to be okay, and I don't necessarily have a problem with that. If you're not 100% sure, send him down for a couple of months and see what he can do.
Yeah, and then enjoy them not pitching to Salvador Perez or Vinny Pasquantino.
Well,
then you have one bat in your lineup.
Yeah, but
you don't have that.
Yeah, I know, but again, it's spring training. And Vern will talk us down as well at 8 o'clock. I'm sure Lefevre will do that coming up at 9 o'clock tomorrow as well. But they'll give the guy a couple of moments in the minor leagues. It's okay. We don't have to rush everything.
To me, it's not rushing. To me, rushing is Mondesi being in the World Series game. To me, rushing is Jackson Holiday. To me, rushing is that. This is not rushing. This is proof in the pudding. This is there. It's already there. He played in college. He was the unanimous player of the year, and he's yet to skip a beat. That sounds good.
Yeah,
Thanks,
it did.
Ryan.
Yeah,
Coming up
so-
on the other side, Nick Bolton stays in Kansas City here on 96.5 The Fan. You're home for the Kansas City Chiefs.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
I just want to say how awesome it is to have Bob Fescoe and Legend Likens on every morning to start my day. I freaking love you guys.
On your home for Kansas City sports, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, our friends at Hy-Vee brought in some donuts on Friday, and my goodness, they are unbelievable. If you're looking for that perfect donut this morning when you get up and you get ready to go to work, go to Hy-Vee because they've got all kinds of donuts, and you want to be back every day for them. They're fresh fried donuts. They're making them right now, and they are fantastic. Glazed donuts, donut holes, fritters, twists, cream-filled Long John, sprinkles, gourmet delights. They're fresh out of the fryer and ready for you. So as you're getting ready to head on to work today, say, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to swing by Hy-Vee. I'm going to grab a dozen donuts and take them to my friends. And then Hy-Vee's fighting inflation with you as well. They've lowered prices all over the store, and they're helping us save a ton of money, not just on groceries, but on gas as well. Multiple times in the last couple of months, I've had that gas pump go down under $2 per gallon. I love saving over $1 per gallon with Hy-Vee Fuel Savers. And I'll tell you what, this Saturday and Sunday, you can save 30 cents per gallon in gas with every $60 you spend on groceries. So stack up the savings, get those donuts, save on gas. The more you spend, the more you save on your next fill-up, only at Hy-Vee.
Guys, it's Cody Tapp, and let's talk about feeling your best. If you don't have that same energy, strength, maybe feeling moody, you've lost that drive with your partner, it could be low testosterone. Testosterone therapy, or TRT, may be the answer, and the true experts you can find at the Low T Center. Getting tested is fast and easy, and we aren't all the same, so don't settle for a standard dosage TRT program. I learned about personalized therapy at the Low T Center and the results you can expect with a customized TRT. So don't put it off. Go to lowtcenter.com to book your appointment. That's lowtcenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
Honey, it's me, your wife. Sorry to bother you, but this house is a mess. The windows are drafty, the vinyl siding has cracks and holes in it, and the kids just fell through the deck. We need Powell Exteriors KC now. They install James Hardie siding, Provia windows, Renaissance patio products, beautiful decks, roofing, and more, all at 0% interest for 18 months. Go to powellkc.com and see for yourself. Powell Exteriors KC. The best decision you've made since you married me.
It's March matchup season at BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Lock in your picks for this year's tournament with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Being on the sidelines is one thing. This March, get into the game with exciting state-of-the-art live tracking technology, exclusive sportsbook selections, and so much more. Check out BetMGM Originals for dozens of markets you won't find anywhere else. Take a shot at our exciting free-to-play games for your chance at scoring odds boost tokens, bonus bets, and many other prizes. Plus, new players can score up to $1,500 in bonus bets if their first bet loses. From the big dogs to the underdogs, March matchups at BetMGM is a player's best friend. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Kansas only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. Subject to eligibility requirements and rewards may vary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Results every week and then receive free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Thanks to Awaken 180's at-home program, I dropped 8 pounds in my very first week. Eating to lose weight. Make a 180 with me and choose the solution for weight loss. Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side, 435 northbound before Parvin with construction blocking the right lane. Right now, you're slow coming up from 210. Inbound I-70 off again on again, so from 470 in past Nolan. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Hey, Royals fans, it's Vern. The Hot Stove Show is back every Thursday night at 6 o'clock from spring training all the way up until opening day. This is your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan, KFNZ, FM, and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, in Odyssey Sports Station.
All right, I've had a cigarette. I've relaxed. I've been trying to tell you all for 3 weeks now. And now it's, now it's coming to your eyes. Because somebody did give me a text and said, Farouk Assault take here, Dusty. Maybe let him hit a little bit and then bring him up. In my opinion, and I always use a video game as a reference here, you're not going to get, if you're beating everybody on All Pro, you're not getting better because the game hasn't advanced. And I think this is true, Mac, on Madden and stuff like that. Like, when things get to a higher level, you've got to be more hands-on. Like, you got to figure out how to do more things because it's not just given to you. Like, if you played Madden and you played on Pro, you could just throw deep balls all day. But if you play All Pro, you got to start mixing in run plays, and so they get guessing. And then when you get to All Madden, it's like you got to be just that good. Jack Caglione playing AAA is just him playing All Pro. He needs to go to All Madden. He's not learning, in my opinion. But again, look.
But there's also, I know baseball's so weird, though, Dusty. I mean, the stuff they say in the baseball excuses, I've
it's a
told
bunch
you
of
guys,
geeks and freaks, man.
No, it really is. I mean,
it is.
You get these,
Can't step on the line.
I know, you get these number guys involved, and then you get the money guys involved. Like, there's so many just people that work in these front offices that wonder where dinner is that night, and what are we doing here? We're complicating the waters a little bit.
So do the say it out loud test. Hunter Renfroe, Jack Caglione.
Hunter Renfroe at this point, yes.
Wow.
And I will say that.
Nelson Velasquez, Jack Caglione.
I'm ready for Cags to get a couple of weeks in the minor leagues and see what he can do. Because we don't know, what's really going on at spring training. Like, are these pitchers dialed up? Or, that's the thing.
And what's that say for MJ?
I don't know what it says for MJ. I haven't watched, really hardly any MJ at bats, quite honestly, with you. I'm talking about MJ that I've heard from before spring training even started. Going into spring training, they expect a big change out of him. I'm willing to give MJ the opportunity to see if he can change it. If he can't, then, hey, we got a guy that could potentially come up and, replace him in the lineup, or maybe you go out and you make a move, or whatever the case may be. But I want to see the guy as much as anybody. But he will be here. I mean, it's not like they're going to say he's never coming up. Vinny Pasquantino ought to be the guy that's looking beyond over his shoulder, because Jack Caglione is I think a replacement for Vinny Pasquantino. And I think if you get into a spot this year and you need to make a move, Vinny Pasquantino would probably have a lot of trade value for you around Major League Baseball. I mean, we talk about, the Yankees and what they're going through right now. Put that Vinny Pasquantino bat in that lineup. I know it's another first baseman to kind of clog that area for them, but that's another bat for the Yankees that would be sweet for Yankee Stadium. I wouldn't be surprised if Vinny Pasquantino's name is thrown out there a lot in trade rumors, and should be, quite honestly, thrown around a lot in trade rumors, because you do have Jack Caglione coming up. And if you do believe Jack Caglione is the future for you at first base, then that makes Vinny Pasquantino very much expendable.
And again, I don't want to... Does this same thing happen to Bubba Starling? Bubba Starling?
No.
Come on now.
Now, Bubba Starling was overdrafted, and
it was a miss.
The Royals, look, you go back to that draft and talk to anybody who was in that room. They were hoping Bubba was drafted before them, and if they didn't draft Bubba and he went somewhere else and played well, then everybody would have ripped the Royals. Like, that was such a no-win situation for the Royals. It is for any team. When you have a high draft pick like that.
Bubba should have gone in Nebraska. And again, Bubba Starling was 18.
He should have gone to Nebraska and played football.
18. This kid's 22.
He dominated Kansas high school pitching.
Stop
not the
comparing
same.
18-year-olds to a kid who's been to college and already. Come on, I'm done with it.
It's not the same. But you see guys that go to college that peak in college guy, and they never get the job done in the professional ranks.
I peaked in third grade.
Yeah, peaked in high school guy across from me, right? But Mac, when did you peak? Have you peaked yet?
He's
He's still a growing boy.
Still a growing boy, exactly.
He's still a growing
I heard
boy.
that.
No, Hannah would tell you high school for sure. Yeah.
Really?
I like
My
when
wife
you
would
had
tell
the
me today.
I like when you had the short gelled hair.
Well, oh no, I had long hair in high school.
Yeah, but then you cut it.
Then
and
I
it
cut
was
it.
gelled and
Yep,
combed over.
That's true. Yep. Did the cut thing.
Anybody mad about the Nick Bolton deal?
I think Mac is.
I don't think he's mad.
No, I'm not mad.
I
I haven't even said my opinion to him. Yeah.
I thought I read something on Twitter yesterday where you were complaining about it.
I will say this. I'm not mad about it. I just didn't know that was the contract. $45 million, $30 million guaranteed. Now, obviously, that's the going rate. And
It seems to be the going rate, right?
Yeah. And so when you see the other guys get signed that also play linebacker, you're like, okay. And then you realize that Nick Bolton has the 6th most tackles in NFL history before the age of 25. He's also 24 years old.
Yep.
He's also the captain of your defense.
You literally tweeted, "Whoa, shocked at this, both the decision itself and the money." That lends me
shocked.
to.
That doesn't mean he hates it.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
I'm just shocked that he got that much money.
I didn't think that was the direction they were headed.
Yeah.
I didn't think they were going to pay a middle linebacker money. I mean, we talk about the circle of trust, Brett Veach's circle of trust. I didn't think a middle linebacker would enter that.
But look at what they did in Buffalo with Terrell Bernard. I mean, that guy got $50 million over the weekend. Buffalo spent over $500 million in salaries over the weekend.
Sure.
So this is, look, we've got to stop worrying about what guys are making, what it does to the salary cap. None of that matters, man. They want guys on their team that are good football players. They find a way to get them on the team. And that's where I am in my advanced age. I see that contract. I'm like, cool. I guess they can afford it. That's great. It's not my problem. Move on. Next. They got this guy signed back. Who was the captain of your defense? What'd you say? He's going to be 24, 25 years old?
He is 24. He'll be 25 this season.
Okay, so, I mean, a middle linebacker who just destroys the competition, makes great plays, is your leader on defense. Is there a price tag for that? I don't know. Because I do think now he is your leader on defense, right? You got a great defensive back, obviously, in 22. Why am I
Trent
McDuffie? You've got Chris Jones, who's phasing out. Nick Bolton is your guy in the middle.
He's not phasing out yet.
Well, I mean, he's got a couple of years left. I mean, he's not your leader. He's not your future anymore,
past the
right?
peak of his powers,
Yeah. So Nick Bolton is your leader, is your future, is your connection from the past to the future and everything in between. Like, I really like that signing. It's good because Nick Bolton will probably be here after Chris Jones leaves. He will probably be here. If you look at Derek Johnson and how long he stayed and played that position, my God, a good decade.
I think that's what this is. I think he's this generation's Derek Johnson.
Which is great.
Which is fine. And he's 24. So, I mean, I think that's the big key, too. Like, I had no idea that's how young he was. Like, I know he'll be 25.
Yeah, I would have said he was my age.
I was going to say, like, I thought he was 26, 27, somewhere in that
You thought he was older, right? So did I, yeah.
And, like, that's to me, like, because, normally Veach and co don't pay guys that are over there. But the other thing, too, is that, like, to have the long-sustaining dynasty, you've got to make moves that people question, where it's like, they're moving on from this guy. They're not going to sign L'Jarius Sneed, but they're going to sign Nick Bolton. Nick Bolton is a bigger leader in that team than L'Jarius Sneed was. So when you look at that and you think about what else he brings to the table, tenacious talent, ferocious sort of like way to play the game. I know he had a down year this year, was hurt early.
Man, that
and all
play
that sort of
against
stuff.
Atlanta just keeps running through my mind on that 4th down play where he came in like a heat-seeking missile and blew up the play and won the game for
But
him.
there's also two things I don't question in Kansas City. I don't question Spags, and I don't question Cags.
Nice. Nice.
So if Spags is going to have some sort of say with Andy Reid and Brett Veach, which I know that they have, they sit in a room and he's like, hey, bring this guy back. Bring this guy. Which, next man up.
They did say no to Justin Reed, though, I would imagine.
You think so?
Yeah, I think he's gone, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, that would make sense.
I guess today is Nick Bolton's birthday.
It is? So he's 25 today?
According to the text
Well,
line.
happy 25th birthday. What did you get, 50 million?
And it's Nick Bolton's birthday, and it's Jake Eisenberg's birthday.
Hey,
so everybody in
happy
Kansas City is celebrating
go.
birthdays today.
Somewhere Cody's going, it's my birthday.
Nah, you'll know when it's his. Coming up, I don't know. I don't hate the deal.
That's fine.
I'm like
okay
you.
with it.
I don't love it.
Yeah, I don't love it. I'm
It's
not
not
jumping
like-
through the roof.
What don't you like about it?
I don't think
Take
middle
the money out of it.
Yeah, I don't like
Position.
I don't think, the position, and also I like we complained a lot about Nick Bolton for the first half of the season. Now he had
Half
a great
is strong first month.
first
yes.
year, first quarter.
But
You're
I mean,
right, that's
also you
fair.
look at that. Oh, the games are gone now. But at that Atlanta
First
game in
season.
week 3,
You're right. He was part of some great moments.
I mean, he
but
had some really good moments this year. Had some really good moments in his career.
I think he got that contract after the Philadelphia Super Bowl win.
There's a good point to be made with that. I think.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
But also too, like
His
he's your guy.
deficiencies though are rough, and that is my struggle with it.
But he is also still your leader, and if
he's getting better.
Spags wants him, and if Brett Veach is making the deal, and Andy Reid says it's okay, that's a hell of a brain trust right there to say, well, I mean, I wouldn't. How many rings do you have, sir? You know, that's sitting there on X complaining about these moves. This is an organization that has the street cred. Until they don't, they do.
And a guy like Nick Bolton at 24, I trust to keep getting better and keep working.
Oh,
That's
a great
talk
point.
about that. These guys are young. He'll get better.
That's
He's
a
already
great
really
point.
good.
He's soon to become a man.
Yeah.
He's still a growing
He's a
boy
growing
too,
boy.
right?
He needs some sour cream.
And tortilla soup. Basketball Madness comes to Kansas City for the NAIA Men's College Basketball Championship, March 20th through the 25th. At Municipal Auditorium, 16 teams, 15 games, one national championship. Bring the family for nonstop action and affordable tickets. Get yours today at NAIAHoops.com. Bring your friends and family on the other side as we get to one word here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Fescoe and Dusty.
913-586-7965. Call in right now and tell me how much I suck.
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
ED is a relationship destroyer. It can contribute to depression, distancing, conflicts, even breakups and divorce. And what's so disturbing about this is that most men who suffer with ED can be successfully treated, but a lot of guys don't seek treatment when they should. And as we talk about major relationship issues, sometimes guys are even pushing their partners away when ED becomes a problem. But you know what? There's great news for you because Heartland Men's Health has treatments that work when the pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. Heartland Men's Health is successfully treating guys right here in Kansas City. So schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Independence between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and North Kansas City. So call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with a sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island?
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Folks are always asking me about QC Kinetics treatments. They want to know if they should consider it for their joint pain. If you're wondering if you are a good candidate, let's see if you answered a yes to any of these questions. First question, is your quality of life impacted by chronic pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or other joints? Do you have trouble sleeping, walking, and doing day-to-day movements? Next, do you want to avoid surgery and all of the pain, long recovery, and uncertainty that comes with it? And most importantly, do you miss doing things you love because joint pain is holding you back? Walking, golfing, jogging. If you answered yes to any of those, I bet you'd be a great candidate. So please don't wait. Call QC Kinetics right now and ask for your free consultation. Learn how the latest advances in regenerative medicine can get you lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Call 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. 816-412-6299.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side, 435 northbound before Parvin. Construction's blocking the right lane. That's up all day today. And you'll see periodic slowdowns coming up from 210. 71 northbound, still sluggish from 75th up towards Gregory. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Diving right back into it here on Fescoe and Dusty, 96.5 The Fan with Mac as well. Did you know that Adam Schefter's 58?
That, to me, is the most unbelievable story of the
I thought he was like 45, dude.
I would have guessed probably early 50s, like a couple of years older than me, because I think, all right, he's been doing this about as long as I kind of doing, and whatnot. But so 58, though, that was like, whoa, he's Derek Thomas years old.
Mm-hmm.
How much longer, and I'm it's not like, how much longer can these insiders go about that type of lifestyle? We saw, obviously, Woj get out because he, had some health issues.
They did a lot to live this here lifestyle.
I mean, they never sleep, these people.
Well,
it's not healthy.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what, people still smoke cigs.
I know. My friend Paul said we had a friend in college, this guy Lauder, who thought that, and he said this our freshman year, he goes, now that it's cold out, I'm going to take up smoking to stay warm. And we're like, so the dumbest thing we've ever heard. And so every year around this time, we set the clocks, and my friend Paul goes, all right, switch to light cigarettes so you can wean yourself off before we start back up again in October. This guy, so you want to go outside and stand in the cold and smoke cigarettes because you think that's going to make you warm. I believe this guy's a lawyer now.
That's awesome.
I mean, he was also one who said we should just hire a private jet instead of buying airline tickets.
Yeah.
What a smarty.
Yeah. You should get a personal driver to deal with traffic.
Right. Give me a helicopter to work there.
You're also great as a personal chef and a trainer, so I'm not fat.
So 30 years later, we're still talking about this dope who said, when the winter weather comes around, he was going to take up smoking to get warm. Like, it was the dumbest thing we've ever heard. And what did we say? Oh, him being 58 years old, the lifestyle. I mean, that's the health-wise, man. Like, I don't know, man. Like, you're just constantly on the clock. I wouldn't want that.
Did a lot to live this year.
And what's he reporting today? That we've got the opportunity to see Aaron Rodgers go to Pittsburgh, right?
It's there, the Jets or the Vikings. Mac and I are both
The Jets?
I mean, the Giants. It's the Giants, the Vikings, or the Steelers. I am with Mac, and we've been on this. Like, I want we all want it. The national media wants it. The full Aaron Rodgers, Brett Favre side.
But doesn't he want to get out of that Favre, shadow? Because every time you mention him, you're still mentioning Brett Favre.
If I was Rodgers, I would love nothing more than to go to Minnesota.
There's a good point there.
I mean, you got Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison.
And the chance to beat Green Bay.
Mm-hmm. And you're in a dome, so you don't have to worry about cold weather all the time.
Who's the OC, did you say?
KOC.
Oh, KOC. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Like, you get the opportunity to work with a guy that you could probably manipulate a little bit. Mike Tomlin, you try to do anything, he's stopping that. He's not having any of you.
Also, I don't think Tomlin and Rodgers would really be communicating a lot. I don't mean this in a bad thing, but it's more so like Tomlin's going to be like, look, dude, we're both alphas. You just go do the offense. I'm not getting in your way. You just don't get in my way and let me just be a defensive coach. And then it's like, maybe it works out. Maybe it's like, what was it? It was the radio guys, the Mad Dog and
Mike and the Mad Dog?
Yeah. Two opposite personalities, but created this huge conglomerate that we do today. Right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't think it works. And then all of a sudden it's like, just do your thing. I'll do my thing, and let's go win. You got DK, you got Pickens, and maybe Najee Harris.
It's starting to sound like it could be Pittsburgh, though. I mean, that does sound like a unique situation for him to go to one of the premier franchises in the NFL to kind of finish your career. You have an opportunity to play with some pretty good wide receivers, a great head football coach. It's a better situation than the Giants.
Now, you are in a tough division.
I do. I know, but so is Minnesota. Which one's tougher right now? Because that was going to be my next step. Those are the two best. Yeah, I mean, they are the two best divisions. Every team in each division you can look at, well, save Cleveland, as a potential playoff team, right? And a team that is going to have an opportunity to get into the postseason. All four teams in that Central Division or North Division now, and then the same in the AFC North. Those are, I mean, the East isn't any easier, though. I mean, if you go to the Giants, you still got to go through Philadelphia now, Washington.
And Daniel Jones.
And the Giants should sign Daniel Jones. He's a playoff-winning quarterback. He could be a nice bridge guy for that or something like that.
By the way, timeout, off subject. Is it like fish sandwich season?
It is. It's Lent, yeah.
Oh, duh.
Yeah, last week was Ash Wednesday, so this, Fridays, a lot of people don't eat meat on Friday, so yes, it is.
Popeye's got me like...
Popeyes has a fish sandwich?
Dude.
Does it look good?
It's flounder.
Oh, all right.
And I mean, they got me this close to sliding through the drive-thru and be like, I'll do the fish sandwich. But every time I go there, I'm like, the spicy chicken strips, Mardi Gras mustard and fries, side of red beans and rice. What's the name on the order? David?
Yeah.
Not Dusty.
Frank?
Yeah. What was Ned's
Frank?
alter?
He was right. Yeah.
I thought it was something like that. Going to Starbucks.
But no, it is. But does anything beat the McDonald's? Yeah, I know. I love that. Boy, he was on the TV broadcast yesterday, wasn't he?
He's everywhere, man.
Ned's like, anybody looking for me to do anything? Put me on the air. Let me do this. I'll go here. I'll go there. Yeah. Ned talking about learning all this stuff. I'm like, what are you learning for? Are you going to come back?
All right, let's get to the new segment we do every day. It's called One Word, 913-586-7965. One word that described what you went through with the Xavier Worthy case this weekend.
Roller coaster.
Yeah, I was going to say chaotic.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a page out of Mac's book. Innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah.
That's it, man.
No, I mean,
hyphen.
It's a roller coaster. Everybody woke up, saw that news, immediately thought, we're screwed. Who are we going to sign as a wide receiver?
Yeah. I would also say exhausting.
Yeah, that's another stressful. Good one. And then as the day went on, we realized, okay, all this stuff is going to be dropped. We don't need to go out and sign DK Metcalf right now. Xavier Worthy will be back. We can all take a deep breath. But it's a good learning lesson for every single person out there. Every single person out there can learn from this. Take a deep breath, surround yourself with the right people, and move forward.
One word, Mac?
One word on the Hollywood Brown deal.
Nice.
Timing.
I'd go value.
Yeah. I mean, now your receiver room is essentially set, right?
The starters, at least.
Well, Rice is probably going to be suspended.
I heard that somewhere, right?
Yeah, he might get suspended. And then, obviously, you have Xavier Worthy coming back. You have Hollywood Brown now coming back. You have one last year with Travis Kelce. And I still think you maybe go get a guy somewhere in the draft if it falls in your favor.
Well, I think going forward with these salaries, the way that they are for wide receivers, I think you continue to draft one every single year. It doesn't have to be a first-round wide receiver every single year, but you build depth. You build a bench, if you will, and then when guys graduate for salaries, then you've got younger guys that you could move up potentially. That's what I would do. I'd be drafting running backs and wide receivers or signing them as undrafted players every single year now.
All right, let's go through some pass rushers. We did this with wide receivers last week. One word for each of these free agent pass rushers. We know that's a position of need for these guys. Okay, Zadarius Smith. He was released yesterday.
Why?
Option.
That was your one word, was why? Okay. Josh Sweat.
I mean, we all have the Super Bowl in our, and I'm immediately going, sign.
Yes, please. Yes. Khalil Mack.
Outdated.
Yeah, yesterday's news.
Yeah.
Old.
Joey Bosa.
San Francisco.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brotherhood.
Chase Young.
God, I wanted Chase Young like 5 years ago.
Overrated.
I felt like. Yeah, and I think that's kind of where we are. I'm going to say pass.
I would say injured.
Yeah, because he was, gosh, man.
He misses games every season.
All the time. He's always hurt.
Is he basically like Clowney?
Yeah, even Clowney's kind of had a resurrection,
I
though,
was
right?
gonna say, Clowney's changed that perception, right? Like every time you look at Clowney's numbers, that guy played the whole year.
Yeah, played last or 2 seasons ago. It was incredible.
Outside of Derek Johnson's hit on Mariota that didn't count, Clowney's hit against Michigan in that game. Like that still went like New Year's Day, laid in my bed after a rough New Year's Eve.
That was the play that made Clowney this high a pick as he was.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, some work ethic issues, but he's worked it out. Okay, Von Miller.
Aged. Like, I think he'd be like Terrell Suggs here.
Yeah.
It'd be at that point. So Suggish. Right. I don't know if that's a word.
Suggish.
Yeah.
Done.
Sizzled.
Done. Hassan Reddick.
Interested.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good one to use. Yeah.
Matthew Judon.
No thanks. All one word.
Yeah, pass. Hard
Run
pass.
on word. Yeah. Pass is a good one.
And then last one, familiar name, even though not really. We didn't see him much. Josh Uche.
Who? Ghost?
Never heard of him.
Yeah, exactly.
Disappeared?
Didn't they trade? That was the guy from
Yes.
New England, right?
Yeah.
Never amounted to anything.
Did nothing.
Like, literally did nothing.
Was like a healthy scratch towards the end, wasn't he?
Yes.
Like he wasn't even on the act. Like he wasn't even like suited up.
Unbelievable.
That's one of those moves where you can sit here and say that guy literally did nothing, and that's not like hyperbolic.
No.
That guy did nothing.
And there wasn't like a slew of guys in front of they got him because they thought they would need him.
Yeah, they didn't need him, really.
No, they figured it out without him. There you go.
See ya would be the
Not
word.
a lot of excitement in those names from you guys. There's like 2 names you guys kind of were like, yeah.
Well, I go back to if you're still playing at a high level, they're going to find a way to keep you on the roster. And so, like, all these guys that you mentioned aren't older. They're up there in age. They're in that tweener category. And I think those guys are going to be hard to, sign. I go back to a conversation, now a decade ago or probably more with Andy Studebaker. And he said when that new competitive or collective bargaining agreement was signed, he goes, it benefits the young players and the really older players. The middle-class players are just going to be moved out for younger players. And so unless you're a superstar, you're just going to kind of be thrown to the woodshed and see what happens for you. And I think a lot of those guys kind of fall into that category of overaged or, think their value is something where it really isn't.
And it looks like Chris Jones' younger brother, DJ Jones, and the Broncos reached an agreement on a 3-year, $39 million deal that includes $26 million fully guaranteed. So compensation update from Mr. Schefter. That doesn't count.
That doesn't count?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Does it count?
When was the original deal announced?
4 minutes ago. Well, yeah, I don't know. It just says, compensation update from 4 minutes ago from the young man, Adam Schefter.
I guess since it's a compensation update, we won't count it.
Okay. But, I mean, like, when was that actual?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yesterday?
But so far, the only one we have is Devon got you.
Yeah. He was traded.
Yeah, he's in New England. So there's one.
God, I hope Rodgers signs with the Steelers before the show's over.
Please.
I mean, I'll just turn my mic off and let you go, man.
I hope he signs with the Giants.
Oh, that's what I'm literally.
Of those 3, which is the best situation for Rodgers?
for Rodgers.
Pittsburgh, New York, or
I'd
Minnesota?
go Minnesota.
Minnesota.
You go Minnesota for Rodgers. See, I think differently. I think Dayball's the one he could bully the most. So he would want to go to the Giants.
That's fair. That's fair.
You don't think he can bully Kevin O'Connell?
There is a little bit of that.
Coach?
There is a
You
little
don't
bit of
know
that.
what I know, dude.
Yeah, and
Okay.
Kevin O'Connell can go, I studied under Tom Brady for all these years. Like, I feel like, anyway, and I could be totally wrong, I think Kevin O'Connell brings more street cred for Aaron Rodgers because he played in the league.
That's a good point.
And I think Brian Daboll, to me, it would be the Jets 2.0, where they are so desperate to win, they're just going to give everything to Aaron Rodgers. And they didn't watch their best friend date a psychopath. And they went, oh, you broke up with her? Come on over. I think you'd be good for me. And I think it could have that same type of effect where it just goes all crazy in New York, and we got Jets 2.0. So that's how I kind of view it, because I know how Aaron kind of thinks as a narcissist, right? Who could I bully the most out of this? Who could I get what I want? Who could I put my program in place and run this thing with? Well, Dayball's desperate. KOC's not desperate.
I mean, Rodgers does have options in New York. He's got Malik Neighbors is a good target to
Good
have.
target, yeah.
Right?
But they still don't have an offensive line.
Perfect.
Yep, no line. Him and Tyrone Tracy, yeah, cool, that's fun.
Yeah, but no line.
No line.
No, he's going somewhere today for sure.
Where do you want him to go?
Minnesota. Just for the obvious storyline.
The
that we talked about.
storylines,
For the Favre storyline. For this show, though, I don't know. The Giants would be pretty fun. Because of your angle,
Yeah.
our Roger. For our show, give me New York.
Yeah, I think from an entertainment standpoint, going to New York will provide the best entertainment.
Yes.
Because I do think Mike Tomlin will sit him down and go, hey, MFer, here's how it works. This is my team.
And that would obviously happen before he got signed. Like
Yeah.
you're saying. It'd be like, hey, we had a conversation on the phone, and here's the deal. Like, you're showing up to this, you're doing this, you're gonna do this. And again, I think everyone is deserving of maybe a second chance.
No doubt.
And maybe, I don't know, maybe last year was very, very self-deprecating for someone as egotistical and whatever for Aaron Rodgers, where it's like, it didn't work, man. Maybe I need to do something. I need to prove I want to get, again, getting up there in age, the NFL career is coming to an end. He's probably got a future outside the NFL. Unfortunately, for those of you that don't like him, he's going to be a sell. He's going to be somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
And whether that's a podcast, whether that's whatever it may be.
But also, if you don't like him, you don't have to consume him either.
Right.
It's pretty simple.
But unfortunately, we consume the NFL, and right
Yep.
now he is the storyline in the NFL today. I mean, it's on ESPN right now with Orlovsky on the little square saying Aaron Rodgers emerged as a QB option for the Steelers.
Yeah.
And that's where it seems like it's going.
Yeah, I do. I think Mike Tomlin picks up the phone and goes, here's how we do it in Pittsburgh. I'm the coach. You're the player. You're going to listen. But he could probably bully Arthur Smith, too, who was the favorite to get the North Carolina job.
There's a lot of people concerned with Belichick, by the way.
Boy, I think
Did you
that's ML football trying to create stuff. I do anyway.
Did you see the way he was walking? He had to be helped walking by
we're
his...
doing this? Okay.
Yeah,
I'm not. I'm just...
no, that's
no,
ML
understood.
football.
No, understood. I
ML
know.
football's rolling that out there. His 24-year-old girlfriend had to walk him down the back alley of a bus depot
Yeah,
or
come
what.
on.
I mean, come on. It's a bad. I didn't think there was anything with that.
No, I just think it's hilarious, and that's like the clickbait that we attach to ourselves. Like, he needs help walking. No, he doesn't.
But if Aaron
No,
Rodgers
he's fine.
truly wants to change his legacy and finish on a high note, isn't Minnesota the right choice?
I'd agree.
Because if you look at it, because if we do the Favre shadowing, it wasn't great for Favre in New York. He was sending pics of stuff that you shouldn't send pics to
Right.
at Crocs
and then
watching
went to
them all.
Minnesota and almost went to a Super Bowl.
It's actually pretty good.
I mean,
And KOC has a similar offensive system to Matt LaFleur. Won 2 MVPs with Matt LaFleur. They could probably see eye to eye.
striking the obvious, Minnesota media is not New York media.
Yeah, there's that. Minnesota nice, man.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
true.
and if you can go there, and again, I don't know if they're going to go with J.J. McCarthy or not, but it's like,
If you go to Minnesota as Aaron Rodgers, are you a Super Bowl team then? Should they be the favorites in the NFC to go to the Super Bowl? Will people make them? I would imagine if they sign Aaron Rodgers, their odds change dramatically.
Oh,
right?
they will.
100%. I
They
mean,
become the favorite?
They were potentially a Super Bowl team last year with
Right.
Sam Darnold until it wasn't, when obviously the end of the season happened. But, I mean, the one thing you have to look at is if you're Minnesota, like, do you put all your eggs in a basket with, this offense that you have and Addison and Jefferson on the outside?
Boy.
I mean, those are two big targets. Do you trust J.J. McCarthy? Now, Justin Jefferson also came out and said, I'll make any quarterback look great, which, to his credit, yes.
He's done that.
He's done that.
Cousins, Darnold.
The guy that...
Josh Dobbs, Nick Mullins.
The astronaut. Isn't Dobbs like super into
Dobbs is an astronaut.
Astronaut.
Yeah, astronaut.
Yeah.
So, I mean, again, it's... I don't know. I mean, to me, better landing spot, Minnesota, but, I'm not against him going to the Steelers, but maybe he can't hang in the AFC where the big dogs play.
Yeah, and if you're Aaron Rodgers, too, why wouldn't you? It's I think it's a clearer path to a Super Bowl in the NFC than it is in the AFC. I mean, you got Mahomes, you got the newly paid Josh Allen, you've got Lamar, you've got Burrow.
And the way AFC North plays football, the physicality, Rodgers doesn't want to be a part of that. Vikings have a better offensive line. And if I'm Pittsburgh, I think Mike Tomlin, I don't think he would want that. But I know you kind of see maybe there's a marriage there to be had. I think they go with Russell Wilson.
Well, they need a quarterback in Pittsburgh.
I think they bring back Dangerous.
Oh, please.
What's the one thing that he does well is he throws deep balls down the sideline. They have 2 wide receivers. That's pretty much all they do.
And how'd it work last year with him throwing the deep ball to George Pickens?
It was good until the last 4 weeks of the season.
The last month.
Yeah.
How was the show, Mrs. Lincoln? Well, it was great. Here's what we're looking at. We're looking at Minnesota as the best opportunity to win and kind of rejuvenate who he is as a quarterback, as a player. We're looking at Pittsburgh for the best opportunity for a fist fight on the sidelines. Mm-hmm. And we're looking at the Giants for the best opportunity to bully a head coach. A narcissist chooses the guy he wants to bully the most. We'll see.
And you could say that Favre was that way in New York as well. Flirting with a sideline reporter while married and doing all this stuff and all this bad rap, and then goes to Minnesota and just kind of shut up and played football. And all of a sudden it was damn, Favre's kind of a stud still. It's and some guys get that juice. Montana got it in Kansas City where it's this guy's an aging out quarterback, but then it was it's actually pretty decent.
Played good for 2 years, yeah.
You saw it happen with Gannon when he went to the Raiders, MVP season at the age that he was. And then now it's Brett Favre in Minnesota. Now it's Aaron Rodgers. It's do you have that 1 year left in your tank or maybe 2 years left where you can go, like you said, have a revival of your career and show what you can do, and you got weapons around you, just trust it, be quiet, enjoy it, and then ride off into the sunset.
Because I think right now, if you ask any NFL fan their perception of Aaron Rodgers, it's oh, God, that guy, right? So he needs, for his own sake, to rejuvenate his public image.
Yeah.
Minnesota just seems like the right place to go. And he'll sign with Pittsburgh.
Yeah. I mean, and then developing story, Justin Fields continues talks with Steelers, mulling Jets situation.
Okay.
Could you imagine Justin Fields goes to the Jets, has a better year than Aaron Rodgers?
That'd be awesome.
I mean, Zach Wilson had a better year than Aaron Rodgers did in New York.
Zach Wilson to the Titans from your guy Buck Rising, by the way. That's not news, but that is what he's. Zach Wilson and Mac Jones. Those are the names for the Titans.
Woo! All right. That's how you get fired.
I don't know that I'm watching a game if I'm a Titans fan with that.
I'm out.
There'll be the brown bag special all year long in the stands out there.
My God, that'll be the Spiro Didi's noon game every Sunday. Tennessee versus opponent here. They'll have I guarantee you, there was 2 years ago, the Houston Texans, every game was at noon. I guarantee you, every Tennessee Titan game will be at noon next year.
Your only wrong answer there is that every team plays a Thursday night game.
Is that still a rule? Because we're flexing dudes out of Thursday night all the time now, right?
I don't know. Don't forget, Vern will join us at 8 here on Fescoe and Dusty. Spring training coverage on 96.5 The Fan is brought to you by Park and Go, KC's premier airport parking destination. Coming up, it was a weird and wild internet weekend. We'll explain here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, listen up, Missouri sports fans. I've got great news for you because the Underdog app is now available to play in your state. And Underdog is one of the leading sports apps, and you can play right now in Missouri. If you want to win up to 1,000 times your money, you can with Underdog. I love the Underdog app for a number of reasons. I love picking players, whether they're going to go higher or lower than some of their stats. I love mixing and matching all the different sports on there. You want to combo basketball and hockey, you can do that. And I love just kind of playing around on the app app to see what they have, see what some of the specials are, and see how much fun it is to play. So to play, just choose whether a player will go higher or lower than one of their stats. Points, assists, rebounds, and so much more. And like I said, you can create entries with all basketball selections or just mix and match across other sports. And you can play with as little as $1. And if you get everything right, you could win up to 1,000 times your money. So download the Underdog app and sign up now using promo code BOB to unlock a special offer of $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code BOB. Claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 and over and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Spring may not officially be here until March 20th, but at Ryan Lawn & Tree, we've been preparing for spring all winter. This is Larry Ryan. Unlike companies that shut down for the season, our full-time Ryan pros train nonstop, studying the latest science to deliver even better results every year. No one brings more care and expertise to your lawn and landscape than a Ryan Pro in the Clean Red truck. Ryan Pros are full-time employee owners, many with degrees in horticulture and turf management. If you ever have a question or a special need, you never call an 800 number. You call your Ryan Pros mobile number and talk to an owner. Get your free lawn instant quote online. Just visit ryanlawn.com/spring and get started today. Sign up this month and take 50% off your first lawn application. Our 50% off spring offer is the only one that comes with a Ryan Pro. Visit ryanlawn.com/spring today.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line Gold Unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Opening day coverage is brought to you by Hollywood Casino. Stop by Hollywood Casino every Wednesday in March from 12 until 2 to register for your chance to win opening day tickets. Your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side, 69 Highway northbound, heavy before 179th Street and crawls up towards a construction zone before 167th that takes away the right lane. Alan Corn, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Diving right back into it here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan. Bob with you, Dusty with you, Mac with you, Vern at 8:15, 8:20-ish, live from Arizona. Weird weekend on the internet.
Isn't it always, though?
It just depends on like what you like land on, because a lot of times you'll scroll and all of a sudden you'll find something you're like, whoa, like Saturday Night Live. I don't know if you missed it. Mike Myers as Elon was hilarious. Like it was a perfect. He was like, hold on, buffering, and we're back. It was just like it was just that was there. Like I didn't even know Mike Myers was still like making guest appearances. I guess I should have known that. And then you had like the UFC fights this weekend. There was some weird stuff that was around that with like the scorecard. Not that anybody cares. And then you had the Xavier Worthy stuff that we woke up to Saturday morning. And then it was like an all-day event where it was like, okay, it's this, now it's this, now it's, oh.
And then Myles Garrett re-signs in Cleveland, which was very, very weird over the weekend, right? Like, of all the NFL stories, was Myles Garrett signing with Cleveland the weirdest? Or was it Josh Allen getting an extension for no apparent reason?
Oh, stop.
But there was no reason to. Like, you didn't need to extend Josh Allen.
Well, now he's there. Now he's there for life, and you can restructure your like salary cap, which is fake. I'll tell you something, Mac, but salary cap. But I mean, at least you have some sort of hope that maybe one day you can beat the Chiefs when it matters.
Maybe I don't. But I mean, like I get taking care of your quarterback, but that was a weird one. But also, too, Buffalo spent over $500 million this past weekend. 300 and some million on Allen. 80 million on Rousseau, 33 million on Shakir, and 50 million on Bernard. Like, they rolled out the Brinks truck up there in Buffalo over the weekend. I still think the Myles Garrett is the weirdest one of all. I really do, because that guy was like just destroying Cleveland and held nothing back. Oh, wait, how much are you going to pay me? Crazy.
It's the weird internet weekend. Sorry.
It is. This one coming from Houston. Chachi the Rocket Man Valencia narrowly escapes more serious injury after his human cannonball performance in California veered off course. This guy missed the net. Shot himself out of a cannon, missed the net, fell off the net. First of all, he's shooting himself out of a cannon.
That's number one.
Which is number one on the list.
That was always the coolest thing at the circus, though, is the guy shooting himself out of the cannon.
Oh, of course, it's cool to watch, but I mean, you're nuts if you're doing it, right?
Yeah.
You're at a circus every day, buddy.
Yeah, you really are. True. Yeah. I know the mistake that we made, the resident said, and it was a judgment call. The mistake by Valencia happened Sunday at the Riverside County Fair and National Date Festival.
Date festival?
That's right.
Like the dates?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
yes,
that are like dating.
In Indio, California, 23 miles east of Palm Springs.
Such a California thing to do.
With the assistance of his wife.
What are you doing here?
When I got shot, the wind completely caught me. Okay. Cameras captured what happened next, propels into the air. The wind blows him. He misses the net, falls down.
Jeez. The wind did what?
Blew him.
Oh.
Just like the other day.
We got blown twice in the morning.
That's right. This guy has a broken wrist and a few broken ribs and a bleeding liver.
Yikes.
I'm going to take the 5 to the freeway.
There's now a GoFundMe account set up. Are we going overboard with these GoFundMes?
No, I'll take one right now for my golf tab.
I mean, people, come on.
Hey, I shot myself out of a cannon. GoFundMe.
Yeah, well, you shot yourself out of a cannon, so I'm going to say no.
You know what else gets shot out of a cannon? The football out of Josh Allen's arm.
That's right, yeah. Into nobody's hands, and you lose a game.
Okay.
Here's another one.
It's not his fault his tight end dropped it.
Boy, God.
That's
the more you look at that play, it keeps popping up, and the more you look at, like, catch the football, dude.
I think they did the right thing in Buffalo. I think you lock your guy up, you let him know that he's the future. He won an MVP. What else do you ask for the guy? Yeah. Now go win the Super Bowl. That's what this contract means. Now go do it.
Now go do it. Yeah.
Now go do the Chiefs.
And you got your guys locked up as well. Go figure it out.
Got Shakir, got Allen, got now you got to go get Cook. That's their next domino.
Do you think he gets traded or signed?
I don't know. He's going to want a lot of money.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, he may be a guy that gets traded. The other one over the weekend, this coming from the New York Post. Boy 10 crushed to death when 340-pound foster mom sits on him because he was, quote, acting up. A 10-year-old Michigan boy died after his obese foster mom sat on him for 5 minutes for acting up, crushing him under her 340-pound frame.
This isn't the thing from the Billy Madison or the Blob?
No, this is not The Onion. This is real life. She told the cops the boy was faking being hurt until she noticed his eyelids had gone pale when she rolled him over. The foster mom was visibly distraught when police arrived.
So it's going to be 75 today in Kansas City. It's very sunny. That's a terrible story.
Awful story. Awful story.
So
Awful story.
is there consequences? I mean, what? Any follow-up?
She faces 6 years in prison if convicted.
That's it?
She was fostering 3 other children.
Okay.
Yeah. No, you're done.
That
you're
could be
out.
a Richard of the Week.
Yeah.
For sure.
That's a candidate for one of you two. I'll let you have it if you want it. Unless somebody steals it from somebody. That sucks, dude.
Yeah.
And then saw that his eyelids went white?
Yep. And then had another child that she's fostering call 911.
No, instead of just her going to jail for 6 years, which is terrible, she should not be able to have any foster children.
Well, obviously, I would think you're done on this route. You know, we're not putting any. Obviously, it's supposed to be a safe environment for children until we find a permanent home for them. And you're sitting on them?
You're sitting on kids.
And killing them.
340-pound mom.
Yeah, and you got to know, that's.
What are we doing in this world? Golly. Well, that got morbid quick.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's also the Micah Parsons internet of the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
LOL, yo, WTF.
How much money is he going to make now?
Not in Dallas.
Where's he going to get his money? Who's going to
Kansas
pay
City.
him? Yeah.
I wish.
You must be new here.
Well, you told me the salary cap's fake.
It is, yes,
So-
but cash is real.
Yeah.
Cash is real.
See, that's the problem that's so funny about the NFL with all these contracts is now it's like, the next quarterback that's out for a contract is going to be like, I want Josh Allen money.
Yeah, but who deserves to be paid? This is the problem that we're running into. I sent you guys that list. You talk about crazy stuff that happened on the internet. They're like, here are the 10 highest quarterback salaries. Mahomes wasn't on the list.
Yeah, because, yeah.
But that's no quarterback. I don't care that he's the next and all that kind of stuff. I'm talking reality.
Was
right
Tom
now.
Brady ever on those lists, though, back in the day?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't
And
know.
how'd they do?
And they were fine. Yeah. No, but what I'm getting at is they're paying everybody and falling all over themselves to pay everybody more than Patrick Mahomes. The NFL should have established a rule until you knock Patrick Mahomes off for a legitimate period of time. You can't make more money than Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, but we can all agree that the second best quarterback in the NFL is Josh Allen.
Mm-hmm.
And if anybody deserves money at quarterback position other than Patrick Mahomes, it's
Josh Allen.
But he's already getting the money, right?
But now you don't have to do anything, and now you can open up cap space, and then through the rest of time, you just defer like they did with Mahomes, where they defer, and open up cap space.
Yeah, but here are the highest paid quarterbacks right now in the NFL. Dak Prescott is still number one on the list.
Over Allen?
Wow. At the $90 million per year cap.
That's why Micah Parsons isn't getting paid.
$60 million per year is what Dak Prescott's making.
Yeah, this year's a $90 million cap hit.
Right,
yes.
but $60 million. Yeah.
Yes.
So tied for second, Josh Allen and Trevor Lawrence and Joe Burrow and Jordan Love are all making $55 million per year. Something's wrong with that.
Well, that's just the game, man.
I know, but that's something. Doesn't mean that there's nothing wrong. There's something wrong with that. I understand salaries continue to go up in the world of the NFL. I get that, but just because salaries are going up doesn't mean you have to pay your quarterback. How much better would Jacksonville be if they rediverted some of that $55 million for Trev Lawrence, or how much better would Miami be at $53.1 million a year for Tua Tagovailoa? Lamar is making 52, Jalen Hurts 51. All these guys are making more money than Patrick Mahomes, and only one guy on that list has beaten Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl, and that's Jalen Hurts. And I understand you could spin anything the way you want, but Dak Prescott doesn't beat Mahomes. Allen doesn't beat Mahomes. Lawrence doesn't. Joe Burrow did once. Jordan Love doesn't. Tua doesn't. Goff doesn't. Herbert doesn't. Lamar doesn't. Hurts did the one time in the Super Bowl, obviously. But, all these guys are making this money. Stop paying your quarterbacks that don't deserve this money and redirect it to other players on your team. It's not like, oh, my God, we've got to sign Trevor Lawrence or Tua Tagovailoa or even Jordan Love at this point in time to these big-time contracts.
Do you think with the contract that Josh Allen got now, it's like, go get it? You have to get it now? There's a little bit of precedent.
Go get the Super Bowl? Oh, hell yeah. I would imagine, yeah.
Because I will say, more money, more problems.
Yes, you're right, yeah.
You go get this contract. Hey, MVP was nice. Winning the East every year for 6 straight years, it's nice. Now we're paying you to go win the Lombardi.
Yeah.
Go do it.
Go do it.
Get that first down.
We're
Go get a yard.
3:33 to go in a game, and you have the ball. You got to go win those games right now. And Josh Allen has yet to do that. And look, I'm not here about Josh Allen. He probably does deserve it. Fine, whatever. It's the other guys that are getting paid as well. That we don't need to do this in the NFL. We don't need to pay subpar quarterbacks.
Burrow deserves it to your logic because he's proven it.
Yeah.
You can beat Mahomes when it matters.
Yeah. I'm fine with Burrow. Yeah, there's certain guys: Allen, Burrow, Lamar, Patrick,
Jalen Hurts.
Lock him up.
You have him as what? The second best quarterback in the league?
He proved it. They didn't use Saquon to beat the Chiefs.
Yeah. No, Hurts was fantastic in the Super Bowl. Like, if anybody's Q rating grew in the Super Bowl, it was Jalen Hurts. Because all year it was, Saquon.
Yeah.
No Saquon, let me just go up over the top and kick your ass.
And that's 2 Super Bowls now that he's been stellar.
Yeah.
Stellar.
From the text line, the biggest outlier on that list is Jordan Love.
No, Trevor Lawrence is the biggest outlier on
Trevor?
that.
Yeah.
Trevor, Tua. Jordan Love isn't the biggest outlier at all on that list. He's like 3rd or 4th, but I mean Tua and Trevor Lawrence, those are scam artists.
And then to wrap up the conversation, somebody says, then you have the Schefter's dumb tweet about Josh Allen's last 100 days.
Yeah, why? Who? You got engaged, you won the MVP, and you signed a contract?
Schefter's on you. He knows your life because he doesn't have one. He has everybody else's.
Any more moves as we get ready to approach the 8 o'clock hour?
Not yet, but not yet. We'll get there. It's 9 o'clock Eastern time, so we are 3 hours away from the legal tampering to begin, which is, tampering.
Which has already started.
Coming up on the other side, we'll react to what we saw in that KU game against Arizona and those sexy Reds here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, regardless of what you may think or hear about the real estate market, you can sell your home right now. It takes a skilled real estate agent to help you maximize the sale of your home quickly and effectively. Dawn Sharp and her team are the first call you should make. With a customized and strategic marketing system, Dawn can help you get your home sold. And if you're thinking about your home and you're looking at it right now and you're saying, God, I got to get rid of this thing, but you know what? I may want to take an instant offer. You can do that with the Sharp Homes team as well. They can give you so many options. If you want to skip those showings and open houses and go straight to sold, contact them to discuss their instant offer program. In fact, contact the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home. It's Dawn Sharp with the Sharp Homes team, brokered by Epic Realty. You can Google them, Sharp Homes team, read from over 200 5-star Google and Zillow reviews, and see why in the last 12 months, Dawn and her team have sold over 150 homes when the average agent sells 4 homes per year. So you can visit them as well at homesforsaleandkc.com. That's homesforsaleandkc.com and start packing.
Buckle up and hang on. This is going to be a good one.
The fans of Kansas Speedway know how to have a good time. One that celebrates fantastic finishes.
Crash together. So close.
And family-friendly facilities. Trading paint.
We got feuding.
And tailgating tradition. Burnouts. Beer. And barbecue. Oh, it'll for sure be a good time. And you are all invited. NASCAR weekend at Kansas Speedway, May 9th through the 11th. Get your tickets now at kansasspeedway.com.
New treatments for joint pain are here. By now, you've heard about regenerative medicine. If you're wondering if you're a good candidate, answer these questions. First, does chronic pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or other joints keep you from doing the things you enjoy? Golfing, jogging, time with the family. Does it hurt doing the things you need to do, like getting out of bed, sleeping, working, and walking? And finally, do you want to avoid surgery and all of the pain, long recovery, and uncertainty that comes with it? If you answered yes to any of those, you need to call QC Kinetics now. Learn about exciting advancements in regenerative treatments that can give you long-lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Get your free consultation today. Call QC Kinetics. That's QC Kinetics. Here's the phone number.
Call now, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. QC Kinetics, 816-412-6299.
98 years. That's how long Overhead Door Company of Kansas City has been repairing and replacing garage doors. Locally owned and operated since 1927. Headquartered in Olathe. Always look for the iconic red ribbon of the genuine, the original Overhead Door Company of Kansas City. For same-day repair service 24/7, call Overhead Door Company of Kansas City, 816-221-0072, or schedule online at OHDKC.com.
Guys, I've got big news. I finally decided to lose some weight and improve my health. So I kicked off things with Awaken 180 weight loss. Look, before I dive into the details, I'll tell you what you really want to know. After just 1 week, I'm already down 8 pounds. I mean, I knew the results were going to be quick, but 8 pounds? I'd heard about the Awaken 180 at-home program, and the premise sold me immediately. This is the layout. Eat to lose weight, no meds, no gym, no calorie counting. Plus, once I reach my goal, I'll get free support for life, which was really important to me. And in the past 10 years, Awaken 180 has helped over 800,000 clients achieve exactly what they're doing for me right now. Look, I researched other programs, thought about the meds, but Awaken 180 stood out to me as the clear winner. I chose right. I'm down 8 pounds in just 1 week. There's just no way I can argue with the results, and I don't think you would either. 8 pounds is a lot. Look, my coach is amazing. I'm sleeping better. My energy is through the roof, which I'm warning you about now. If you want results like mine, schedule your Awaken 180 at-home consultation today. Go to awaken180weightloss.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
This report brought to you by KRT Muscle Cream, Missouri side, 435 northbound, slow rolling, approaching 210 with construction before Parvin taking away the right lane. Kansas side, 69 highway northbound, very heavy past 179th Street with roadwork. A body in motion stays in motion until you feel that first muscle tighten. KRT helps you get back in action with all natural pain relief in just minutes. Learn more at krtrelief.com. That's krtrelief.com. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Hey, it's Vern. Catch me every day with Cody and Gold at 12:45 for a live update from Arizona as I'm with the boys in blue at spring training. This is your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan, KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, in Odyssey Sports Station.
Legal tampering starting in just about 2 hours Eastern Time. 11 o'clock our time. So I guess that's 3 hours.
A little less than 3 hours. You're getting
less.
excited, but it's already started.
Oh, I was excited when I walked in the door this morning.
I was excited yesterday when it was just move after move after move after move.
We always say, like, the weekend we try to stay off our phone, and then it's just like nonstop. And like we're even texting each other, like we're like our own little Schefters, like sending each other texts, like, well, there's another one. Wait, what? Oh my God.
Well, it started with Myles Garrett in the morning, I think.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because we were talking about True Green. I was like, you want to talk about True Green? Go look at Myles Garrett contract.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
What have they done to us? What did they do to us?
So, I mean, just berserk.
I bet he dropped $1,000 at the bar last night, too, after that contract, man.
Probably like
take
50.
everybody out.
Probably like 50. I mean, like, that's insane. Was Myles Garrett's the one that like has the Halloween decorations of all the quarterbacks he sacked?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. That's
the graveyard or whatever.
Now he can actually buy his own graveyard.
He's going to make like $10 million per Cleveland win this season.
One word, what would you do with the money Myles Garrett got? What's the first thing you would do with that money?
I don't know anymore. You know, I'm gonna,
stocks.
Well, yeah, invest.
Yeah. Obviously, you're
boring
gonna put
stuff,
the money
yeah.
away and all that kind of stuff. But you know what I would do? I would buy just private jet time. I would never fly commercial again.
Yes, that was what I was going to say.
Where's
PJ
Myles?
travel.
He's already here.
Yeah,
exactly.
Like,
Yep, see
obviously,
ya.
with the team, you're going to do that. But, like, for my personal stuff, I would never fly commercial
Would
again.
you just
if I
call
had
it an MG5?
Yeah. Would you buy the whole jet, or would you just buy the, like, you can do, like, the timeshare of jets and all that kind of crap that people have? What would you do? Would you buy hours on a jet, or would you just buy the whole damn plane?
Yeah, give me my own. Yeah,
You buy your own plane?
Yeah, absolutely. Next thing would be private chef. That would be top of the
Private
list.
chef would be great as well.
Top of the list.
Yeah.
What do you want tonight? I have a risotto, mushroom risotto over a salmon. You had that tilapia or whatever you said.
Yes. What was it? Halibut Creole.
Yeah,
halibut,
with a Creole sauce on it. Like,
Yes.
how awesome
I'm
would
still
it be
sweating out Creole.
to come home every day and have a chef there go, what did you make? Well, I prepared, and like they go through it and it's all like your dietary restrictions. So you
We
eat
have a
healthy.
saffron gravy going over a nice enchanted sausage and mixed Wagyu meatloaf.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Thanks, man.
Thank you. Yeah, it'd be great. Yeah. Like, that would be cool. The private jet, the private chef. I mean, those are two things I think that everybody
100%.
could, like, relate to, right? Like,
Right.
nobody likes likes going to the airport. Everybody hates it. It sucks. It's a pain in the ass. You get the opportunity to fly on a private jet and you had that kind of scratch, you're spending that money. Like, that's money well worth spent if you've got Myles Garrett type money. Private jet the same way.
Yeah.
Would you put a moat in front of your house like Tom Brady had? Because I would. And a drawbridge.
There's a few things that I would just have. Like, I'd have like an indoor pool facility in my basement, like Robert, California.
That's a good one.
All right.
That's
like
a good one.
I'd have the Great Wolf Lodge in my basement.
Yes.
Oh, that would be cool.
And then I'd have a badass pool outside.
See, I would definitely have a steam room in my house.
Because, like, is anybody else getting, like, pool fever? Like, everybody's, like, ready for, like, the pool seasons, like, all that.
The Jay is starting to get theirs ready, right?
Yeah.
They're starting to fill it up and clean it
Myles
up. Watching
Garrett.
it. Like, there we go.
You got Myles Garrett money. You don't ever sleep on pool season.
Now, you have a pool all year long, even in Cleveland,
You
right?
have, like, a greenhouse outside your outside pool that just stays, like, 80 degrees in there all day.
Hell yeah.
So,
but I wouldn't spend money stupidly. Like, I wouldn't have 85 cars and all that kind of stuff.
Well, you say that. And then all of a sudden, do you want to see your bank statement? Doesn't matter.
No.
Speaking of,
you'd probably do the Mahomes too. You'd get your own little golf course, right?
Oh, I would have his exact rep. I'd be like, whatever that is, put that.
How big a house would you buy? If
I
you
would
had-
not. I say this. I mean this. I would not buy the mansions.
Yeah,
I would
I'm
buy
good.
like a really like pimped out ranch style home.
So you buy like a house in Prairie Village, tear it down, and build a new one like everybody's doing right now.
Sure,
Sounds
Yeah.
great.
I mean, I'd probably honestly live on Loch Lloyd,
Okay.
but I wouldn't want like the big mansion. I'd want to build my own house, but it'd be like one of those cool like ranch styles with a nice basement, like tricked out in the basement. And all
So
that.
you want like a one story with a basement.
Yeah, I
you
don't
know,
want
with
stairs.
master. You don't want stairs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I'm investing in the future,
Yeah, no, people say it all the time. They want the master bedroom on the main level now is what, I was watching HGTV over the weekend. They were doing one of them house hunter deals. And she's like, nope, master bedroom on the main level. Not going to have the stairs and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, all right, I can
or if
see
I
that.
had a massive house, I'd just build an elevator.
Yeah, having an elevator in your house would be the coolest thing ever.
Oh, yeah. Elevator up KU, elevator down Mizzou.
Yeah.
They lose their last 3 games of the season. They lose to Oklahoma, Vanderbilt, and Kentucky. Kentucky could be dangerous come tournament time. They got some really good shooters on their team. KU looked decent on senior night, looked good, had the all reds that I think are sexy. I just love those all reds. But Hunter Dickinson showed up. Mayo showed up. All those guys that played for that team, they were hoping to be that number one. They looked like the team that they were supposed to be. And one thing that will be hilarious is if KU flexed all season and be like this troubling some team, and then all of a sudden in 3 weeks from now, we're like, guess who's going to the Sweet 16?
Right. Yeah, like all of a sudden they're the NC State from a year ago, right? Where, you had to play your way into, like NC State had to win every game of that ACC tournament to get into the NCAA tournament. They did that. Then they made that run and they ended up in the Final Four last year. Now, can KU do that? Sure. The way they played on Saturday, who's going to beat KU if they go out there and they play the way that they did on Saturday right now? But as a KU fan, if you're watching that game on Saturday, I'm sure a lot of people, at least I do, have that same reaction of like, why didn't you do this all year long? And then I go back and I think about all the things that I've heard over the years in sports, and they say the hardest thing is consistency, right? Being consistent every single day, especially with college kids, isn't easy. But maybe KU got that taste of what it's like to finally do what Bill Self wants them to do. Because even he, after the game, like at the senior night speech, was exhilarated by it and all and said, man, we played our asses off. Like they finally felt like that was a relief win for Kansas, I feel like, on Saturday. And now, do you use that and springboard yourself into the Big 12 tournament, into the NCAA tournament, or was that just an anomaly in what was an inconsistent season? I don't know the answer to that question.
I mean, I would hope that they could continue to play well in the tournament because that means it's going to draw for more people in Kansas City. More people will go out, show out. It'll make the tournament more interesting, at least in my opinion. If Kansas is good and the tournament is rolling, then all of a sudden it's like, okay, you have Kansas, Iowa State, you have Houston, and people will drive up for that. And then all of a sudden you get kind of, you get that sort of, I guess, oomph back because we talked about it with the Lakers and Celtics being good in the NBA. It makes it better for like viewership. Kansas winning makes good for the Big 12 tournament and the Big 12 viewers.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this right now. I was talking to some people last week. The numbers are down for the Big 12 this year, right? There's not a lot of tickets being moved. There's plenty of tickets available for the Big 12 tournament. I said, well, the reason you have that is because K-State is basically a non-factor this year, and Kansas hasn't played their Kansas-like season. So I think a lot of people are just like, all right, hard pass on that. And you have Houston and some of these other teams that are good that we don't know if they travel or not. Is BYU, is Utah, is Houston, are these places going to bring fans? here to Kansas City, or it doesn't have to be relying upon KU, K-State, and Iowa State still to pack the Sprint Center. We'll see what happens over these next couple of days. The women's tournament had a very nice turnout, it looked like. When I was watching a little bit of that on TV and saw some pictures of the championship, it looked like a really good crowd in the building for the women's tournament. So that's a great, great thing to see. And hopefully the men's tournament kind of picks up the steam a little bit. People do get excited about it because as we continue to move forward in Kansas City, I'm old enough to remember when the Big 8 tournament was the biggest thing we had on the stage in Kansas City sports, and everybody went to that. And as the years have moved on and sports have changed and whatnot, the Big 12 tournament isn't what it used to be here in Kansas City. I mean, we're getting the World Cup, for God's sakes. Like, our sports, palette has risen so much, but this will always be kind of our first child, right? And you always want to see your first child have success and do great things. And so if you're around this weekend and you want to do it, I think there are tickets available for that Big 12 championship. Who knows who's going to win? Houston may run away with it, or if Kansas plays like they did, they may give themselves an opportunity to be playing on Friday and Saturday.
Speaking of first child, unlike Tyreek Hill, as we wrap up this conversation of the Big 12 tournament, it starts tomorrow. Kansas will play the winner of UCF-Utah.
Okay.
If they win that game, rematch Arizona.
Nice.
And that would be Thursday, March 13th. There's also a rematch that could be happening too, because of Cincinnati and Oklahoma State. If Oklahoma State wins that game, they play Iowa State. That game starts at 11:30 a.m. on Wednesday. Iowa State recently lost to Oklahoma State, and it wasn't necessarily close.
No, it was not. Yeah.
So there's a lot that can happen. The Big 12 tournament is fun. The SEC tournament will be electric. This is kind of when everybody gets back in that mold of college basketball fandom.
People start paying attention because you're going to start seeing. We saw somebody clinch over the weekend, SIU Edwardsville, right outside of St. Louis. They won the Ohio Valley. And so they were the first team to get into the NCAA tournament. I think we'll have a couple clinch today and tomorrow. And then as the week goes on, you'll start to see more and more teams get into the tournament. This time next week, it'll be a bracket to look at.
Coming up on the other side, our guy Josh Verner joins us here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Royals.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, guys, generally we here talk about medicine and effective treatments for erectile dysfunction and other men's sexual health issues. Today I want to talk about love, because love is the best reason to get treated for ED. And ED, as you know, is a relationship destroyer. It can contribute to depression, distancing, conflicts, even breakups and divorce. And what's so disturbing about this is that most men who suffer with ED can be successfully treated, but a lot of guys don't seek treatment when they should. Heartland Men's Health has treatments that work when the pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. Heartland Men's Health is treating guys right now in Kansas City, so schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in your office, the visit is free. They have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Independence between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and North Kansas City. So call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
I love saving money, and Hy-Vee is always helping my family fight inflation. Not only has Hy-Vee lowered prices all over the store, they also help me save a ton of money on gas. In fact, multiple times in the last few months, I've saved over $1 per gallon with Hy-Vee Fuel Savers. I love seeing the price on the pump drop dramatically each time I fill up. This Saturday and Sunday, save 30 cents per gallon on gas with every $60 you spend on groceries. Stack up the savings. The more you spend, the more you'll save on your next fill-up, only at Hy-Vee.
Hy-Vee's new fresh fried donuts are pure melt-in-your-mouth happiness with icing on top. Fresh out of the fryer every morning, you'll fall in love at first bite. Mix and match your favorite glazed donuts, donut holes, fritters, twists, cream-filled Long John, sprinkles, and gourmet delights. Pick up a dozen today. You'll be the hero of the morning meeting, queen of the book club, classroom parent of the year. Sweeten someone's day with decadent fresh fried donuts, only from Hy-Vee.
Hey everybody, Chris Coonihan for Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection company with over 1 million satisfied homeowners. I'm here to answer all of your home maintenance questions. I have Mary from Des Moines on the line. How can I help, Mary?
You're wrong. You'll see. $100.
Mary, you there?
Hey, Chris, sorry. I'm calling to settle a bet with my husband. Okay, so is it better to deal with a clogged gutter now or wait until the weather's better?
Mary, the time is now. The longer you wait, the more damage you can have. Your husband may have lost this bet, but repairing your gutters can save your family thousands of dollars over the lifetime of your home.
But how much will it cost to get our gutters inspected?
Well, husband of Mary, leaf filter inspection and estimates are always free for new customers. And right now, if you go to leaffilter.com/gutter, you can get an additional 30% off.
I think I won here.
We both did. What's that site, Chris?
That's leaffilter.com/gutter. Visit today to schedule your free gutter inspection.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Choose Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil designed for today's engines exclusively at your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Honey, it's me, your wife. Sorry to bother you, but this house is a mess. The windows are drafty, the vinyl siding has cracks and holes in it, and the kids just fell through the deck. We need Powell Exteriors KC now. They install James Hardie siding, Provia windows, Renaissance patio products, beautiful decks, roofing, and more, all at 0% interest for 18 months. Go to powellkc.com and see for yourself. Powell Exteriors KC. The best decision you've made since you married me.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side, 435 northbound before Parvin. Roadwork in the right lane, keeping things off again, on again, heavy beyond 210. Kansas side, 435 eastbound, slow rolling from 69 highway out towards Metcalf. Main lanes and service road affected. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Diving right back into it here on Fescoe and Dusty with Matt Camare as well. See, I feel like you and Caglione be boys. My name's Amare. My name's Caglione.
Are you Italian?
No.
No.
I'm a pasta lord.
Yeah, definitely a lord of the pasta. Like, oh, by the way, how was Chili's?
Chili's was gas.
Did you get the crispers?
You got the crispers, right? You had to get the crispers.
Did you get the chips? Did you get the chips and salsa?
Of course.
Gotta get the chips and salsa. You find me a better chips and salsa than Chili's, right?
Yeah, long wait.
So good.
Did you get a Brutus? Oh, wait, that's Applebee's.
I did a triple. This is actually just real quick before we get to. I did a triple dipper and I did 2 orders of the honey chicken crispers.
So you had 8 strips?
It was 6. Yeah.
Oh.
6 strips.
6 strips.
So what's wrong with having 2 of the same?
I don't know. I felt like it was a big commitment.
Southwest egg rolls and then the dippers.
Did you have the Southwest egg rolls?
Yeah, of course.
All right. They got a good burger at Chili's too.
Yeah.
What didn't you have? I think it would be easier to say what you didn't have.
Baby back ribs.
Did you have like lava cake for dessert
not
or
a chocolate guy.
skillet queso?
I wish.
What'd the lady get?
She went with she had mozzarella and what else?
Did you guys go Dutch?
What does that mean? Oh, no, I paid. Or no, she paid. She got it last night.
Hopefully she didn't hear that. We are now joined by Josh Werner, who also fancies himself as a chili lord. Mr. Vern, how are you on this Monday morning?
I've never heard someone ask another person, and the way that it hit you too, Dusty. Oh my God, how was Chili's? We all know how Chili's was, caloric.
Yeah.
Vern, you're not supposed to do the one word yet.
Caloric, he goes with. Oh my God. You
tasty,
get the rest of the week off, my man. Like
all right,
that
have a good day, Josh. Hey, so
what was the higher number? Taps bar tab or max calorie count last night?
Max for
Definitely.
sure.
God, I wish I was that age again.
Oh,
boy,
man.
boy.
No, because that Vern's going to smash that, tell his date to wait while he goes and pounds a Parliament Light outside and then comes back in and gets
the good
margarita.
old days, man.
The old P-Funks, baby. Vern,
it.
I'm still going to have to be patient, aren't I, even though he just hit another piss missile, aren't I?
Yeah. And you should want to be patient when it comes to Jack Caglione because, again, as I heard you mention, have him in the opening day roster as the designated hitter again. If he's your DH, he's not replacing Nelson Velasquez. He's not replacing Freddie Fermin. The 1 through 9 on this team, I'm not going to say it's going to be the same every single day, but you know the names. It's Vinny and Salvi, India, Massey, MJ Renfro, Isbell, Michael, and Bobby Witt Jr. It's going to be those 9 in some fashion moved around the diamond. So Cags is replacing Michael Massey. Cags is replacing MJ Melendez. Cags is replacing Hunter Renfro. Those 3 likely to be one of those 3 likely to be the DH. I would assume it's a Hunter Renfro or a Michael Massey on an opening day. So it's not so much because the spot that you're talking about is the last bench spot on the team, the Nelson Velasquez, the Nick Prado spot. And sure, yeah, Jack Caglione has a lot higher upside than a Nelson Velasquez, than a Nick Lofton or a Nick Prado. But Cags also has never even played in Double-A, hasn't played Triple-A, and if you're going to relegate him to being a designated hitter, that's basically telling him, welcome to the big leagues, congratulations. If you don't hit, that's the only way you can contribute. That's to me, it's just an unnecessary. It's an unnecessary pressure to put on a 22-year-old to where you can't impact the game defensively. You're likely not impacting the game on the base pass because that's not necessarily in your toolbox. When I look at this team, it's a team that we all agreed 2 weeks ago should approach spring training as if they're the division favorites.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think a division favorite needs to shoehorn its top prospect in and possibly stunt his growth by eliminating all the other aspects, all the other key attributes to the game of baseball, the facets, the 5-6 aspects, tools of this game. You're really telling them, hey, just the power and the average, those are the 2 things we're looking for. The rest of it, we'll worry about years down the line. To me, it's unnecessary right now. And again, it's 11 at-bats. Now he's 6'4", 11. But, man, I could show you MJ Melendez or Michael Massey spring training stats from 3 years ago, and they were very impressive in a much larger sample size. And then the 2 of them show up to Kauffman Stadium in the cold of March and April and struggle for months. I was talking with Michael Massey about this yesterday. He says, years previous, I'd get out here and really start feeling good, run into a few home runs, and then I get to Kauffman Stadium, it's cold, it's windy, and all of a sudden that swing plane that had been working so well in Arizona is leading to a lot of fly ball outs at Kauffman Stadium. So Massey, as he continues to grow and mature, has adjusted the way that he goes about things out in Arizona, more focused on the line drives because those line drives carry over to the regular season. Give Jack, in my opinion, I think, and I know the organization as of right now will give Jack a chance to learn, to grow, to mature as a professional ball player. As again, we talked throughout the past few seasons about the gap between AAA baseball and big league baseball, right? When Drew Waters or Daniel Lynch or fill in the blank is tearing it up last year at Omaha, and the fans are like, bring Drew Waters up. And that cavernous gap between the minor leagues and the big leagues has never been larger than it is right now. Let's allow Jack to do what, Wyatt Langford, a guy that we talked about last year, who, a year after being drafted was in the big leagues, but he still had the chance to prove himself at Double-A, at Triple-A, before getting that opportunity. And I think the Royals will and should afford Jack the same.
Where do you see him playing as a regular, everyday player in the future, though, Vern?
Oh, still, right now I would still have to say first base.
Okay. So outfield is not really an option for him then?
No, it's an option. It's yet to be embarked upon.
Okay.
Right? We haven't seen him out there in a game in practice. I've watched him, shag a few fly balls, and it's suspect.
Is it Hosmer-like, where they put him out there for that one game, like never again? One of those type of deals?
Certainly. Yeah, I would say even more so right now. I heard a coach joking with him. That's why you're an infielder, as a ball sailed over his head as he was, again, just shagging fly balls. He's not, Alex Gordon out there trying to go through batting practice as if it's a game situation. He's out there just straight shagging fly balls, but it's still, at least to my untrained eye, not getting the best reads off the bat. And at 22, he's likely only going to get bigger, stronger. I don't see him as uber athletic to where the transition is very easy to the outfield. Yeah, he seems to me more of a stationary first baseman with mega power. So when I watch him, I see him. Yeah, he still looks like a first baseman to me.
Okay, that being said then, so do we start the Vinny trade rumors in order to get Cags up here? Like, how do you see that all playing out, too?
Well, I certainly wouldn't start any trade rumors. Again, Salvador Perez still under contract, next year as well. So much can happen injury-wise, catastrophic injury-wise, where all of a sudden first base could be open, Salvy's ABs. For as interminable as he is as a everyday ball player, he's still a human being, and Father Time is undefeated. We'll see if Salvy ever starts to show the signs of 35, 36, 37. No, I asked Vinny about this. I've asked Q about how great Vinny's been with Jack Caglione as far as bringing him along and showing him the ropes. And Q and Vinny's answer were the same. Man, you can never have enough good players. You'll find a spot for good bats. So, Vinny wants to win a World Series. Vinny wants to win the division, and he believes that in the long run, Jack's going to help. So, no. I'm trying him in the outfield before I'm thinking about trading Vinny Pasquantino. Vinny's the best first baseman in this division, and next to Jose Ramirez, to me, he's the best left-handed bat in this division. Mark DeRosa, the manager for Team USA World Baseball Classic, was in town yesterday, and I was joking with him that, hey, Vinny's looking to step up from Team Italy to Team USA. He's, Freddie Freeman and Pete Alonso, if they pass you up next season, Vinny's your guy at first base, and he said Vinny said the same thing. Vinny's ready to join Bobby on Team USA. I think this is a big year for Vinny as far as taking that next step of being a guy that Kansas City's familiar with and likes, and become more of a well-known baseball player on the national level, whatever that means.
We are talking to our Royals and Jack Caglione insider, Josh Verner, here on 96.5 The Fan. I want to bring this up because a lot of people that are on, there's two sides, right? Like Team Dusty, bring him up, let him DH. He's got too big of a stick to keep out of the major league, lineup. Then the other half are like, well, it didn't work out with other guys that were, people always bring up Jackson Holiday, and people brought up Bubba Starling today and Adalberto Mondesi and all these people. But the thing is, like, he's not 18. Like, he played in the SEC. He's 22. He's well, like you had mentioned, well polished, well matured, kind of fits in well. Like, how much of that should be put into this whole situation outside of just the tremendous tower power of a baseball bat?
Alex Gordon came right out of college as well. Gordon was the Golden Spikes Award winner, and he still had to take those steps.
Well,
now, what I'll say about Jack is, the work ethic, and maybe this is obvious. If you're drafted 6th overall, you're not going to talent your way into that. But he's out there every day getting in the early work at first base, defensively. And the thing that impresses me, that I think helps your case, and listen, I'm not going to act like I've been doing this forever, but I've been at a lot of Royal Spring trainings, and I've never heard a young man answer my question of what did you want to show the coaching staff coming into camp. I've never heard anyone answer it the way that Caglione did, and his goal coming into camp was to show the coaching staff that he's mentally ready. I've never heard anyone say, I want to show the coaching staff that I'm mentally ready to turn the page after a punch-out, or in the case of yesterday, an errant throw on a pickoff throw to second base, hits the base runner in the back. I'm anxious to show the coaching staff that I'm mentally mature, mentally prepared for big league baseball to turn the page after an errant throw, after an 0 for 5. That mental side of the game, as you guys know, is more times than not the biggest hurdle that a lot of these young ball players, that a lot of young athletes have to overcome. So for him to have that as his number one goal speaks to A, his confidence in his physical abilities, but B, shows that this is a little bit more of a polished product than your average first-round draft pick.
Is Bubic now the lock for that fifth starter role, Vern, or is there still some competition there?
Man, Daniel Lynch is making it interesting, but to me, I'd go 80%. It's Chris Bubic in the 5 spots, and again, I think Daniel Lynch has come a long way, especially mentality-wise, confidence-wise, body language-wise. I've been impressed with the way that he's carrying himself on the mound. Seems to be, like I was just talking about with Jack, moving on from the previous pitch. Not so much a tail between the legs when things don't go his way. So I've seen a lot of growth from Daniel Lynch, but the stuff of Chris Bubic to me is just a touch better. And coming off, or this being his first full season since 2022, he's not going to be able to finish the season in the rotation. So I think you work them early, let them get up to, hopefully 80, 90 innings in the first few months of the regular season, and then you hand it off to hopefully everyone can stay healthy, and then you can hand it off to a Kyle Wright or an Alec Marsh or maybe a Daniel Lynch comes up from Omaha or out of the bullpen, and then Chris Bubic moves himself back to a high leverage spot in the bullpen down the stretch and hopefully into the postseason. Yeah, Bubic to me is still has a firm grip on that 5 spot. Lynch is in the 6 spot with Alec Marsh, I would say right now in the 7, as he'll likely start the season on the IL. But his last few bullpens, he threw to hitters yesterday, a live BP. Alec Marsh looks ready, but they're going to bring him along slowly, make sure that shoulder soreness has completely subsided, and have him ready to join this bullpen likely at late April.
Vern, I know that Caglione and Bobby Witt will always kind of steal the limelight of what is going on in Arizona because of just obviously what we talk about all the time. But what's something that maybe we're not talking enough about that's going on right now in Arizona with these Royals?
Well, see, here's the thing I keep going back to, and it's when the Royals clinched a playoff spot last year in the clubhouse, Salvi said, I hope we win the World Series, but regardless, this is now our standard. This is who we are. We are a team that every year shows up to spring training now expecting to make it to October. So I could sit here and tell you about how good the offense is looking in Massey, Melendez, and Garcia, but if that's now the standard, which I think we all agree it is, the playoffs are the expectation, well, when it comes to guys that we know are on the team, I'm throwing spring training numbers out the window. I don't care what MJ or Massey. I'm glad that they're feeling good and having success, but come game 1 of the season against Cleveland, all that stuff goes out the window. If they go 0 for 5, that's the topic on the postgame show. We've talked a lot about the infielders, the aforementioned Massey and Garcia and Jonathan India moonlighting in the outfield. I think that would probably be the big takeaway. The watching Michael Garcia, watching Michael Massey, the work that they're putting in, the amount of extra work that they now need to put in to try and learn a new position out here in spring training. If it's not the infielders going into the outfield, I laugh because yesterday a few infield drills, the first one, ground ball to Michael Massey, and he booted it. And his buddy, his groomsman, Vinny Pasquantino says, see, that's why you're a left fielder. Get in the outfield. And if it's not that, it's the bullpen. To me, the takeaway of just how good this opening day bullpen is going to be. I don't know how deep they are if and when injuries arise, but that Esteves, Harvey, Urseg, Zerpa, 1 through 4, not to mention John Schreiber right after him, Sam Long. Man, that's 6 deep of guys that I would trust in a big spot. And as you guys know, the past few seasons, there has been maybe 1, sometimes 2 guys that you trust in that bullpen. To think that we could have 6 on opening day for the first few months of the season is certainly a welcome sight.
Is it better than HDH?
No.
Well, that'll depend on the rotation. I was just talking with Jeremy Guthrie about HDH. You know, you look at what they did in 2013 with Irv, Shields, and Guthrie all throwing 200 innings. You get 800 innings from the top 4 in the rotation in 2014. HDH, like most bullpens, is going to be rested, is going to be quality only if its rotation allows it. So for as much as I like the bullpen, it does come back to Lugo, Reagans, and Waka eating up 6 innings pretty regularly to allow those guys to stay rested, fresh. But if that happens, yeah, this pitching staff to me is the best in the division.
Vern, I ended on this one because I know you two do a lot of work together, just being around this team. But Annie Rogers, she showed something this weekend that I've never seen her show before, and that was the tweet that just said, "Holy hell, Jack Caglione just demolished his 3rd homer of the spring." Like, how impressive was that home run? You can be, you can be a little dusty like it's here, or you can be professionally Vern, which you always are, and just say, "Yeah, it was a home
loud."
Run. Yeah.
It was loud. It was a nice at bat, right? An 8-pitch at bat, and he got fooled on the first breaking ball from Aaron Savali. That to me is the takeaway. Is that's the best pitcher that he's taken bridge so far. Aaron Savali, and then he laces one off of nasty Nestor Cortez later on in the game. It was loud, no doubt about it. I asked Jack. He said, I even heard that one. He said, I didn't feel anything on the swing, but I could hear that noise.
That's a good feeling, though, when you don't feel anything on the swing. And, that was the thing. I talked to somebody in the front office yesterday, Vernon, like, well, he's doing it against the big leaguers, and that's a big positive approach for us.
Yeah. A pair of big leaguers, including an all-star yesterday in Cortez. Certainly a nice sign, and I can't wait to see him in the big leagues, hopefully this summer. But, honestly, hopefully the Royals get off to such a great start, so he's allowed to bide his time down there.
No doubt about it, Vern. We appreciate the time. If there's a 14 powder blue jersey that's authentic, let me know and I'll Venmo you.
Oh, like a game worn?
Yeah, well, something like that. Yeah,
okay,
stitched, if it's there.
You got it. Yes, sir.
We'll connect again tomorrow as we talk to you in Arizona. Vern's taking air, and be easy, my friend.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
See you, Vern.
That is Josh Vernier there, live in Arizona here on Fescoe and Dusty. And, of course, as we do it every single week, we will talk to him every single day in spring training coverage on 96.5 The Fan, brought to you by Park & Go, KC's premier airport parking destination. You gave me the finger. What's up?
There may be some breaking news from Diana Rossini we can get to on the other side.
Cue the big dust! And we'll be right back. We'll break early, get back to it on the other side here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for K-State Athletics. 96.5 The Fan.
I'll tell you what, my friends at Foaling have got the perfect activity planned for you tonight. It's Bar League Jeopardy. Yeah, you better believe it. Every Monday night, they do Bar League Jeopardy at 7 o'clock, and it's free to play with weekly prizes. Plus, it's hosted by the trivia aficionados at Geeks Who Drink and their very own Jeopardy champ, Pat Kerr, who also tends bar at Foaling. It's an audio-visual experience that feels like you stepped right into the game of Jeopardy. You'll play it from your phone. You'll have a ton of fun. You'll enjoy their world-class bar that has a beer selection second to none, and you can bring your own food, or you can order from anywhere and have it delivered to Foaling. Plus, they have rotating Jeopardy-themed drink specials and features every Monday night. So get into Foaling tonight and play the Bar League Jeopardy, and more importantly, take advantage of Foaling and see what it's all about. It is football plus bowling plus bar, and that equals Foaling Warehouse, Kansas City. You set up the pins just like you're going to bowl, but instead, you're throwing the football at them. You're knocking them down, and you're having the time of your life. Reserve a lane now at FoalingKC.com. That's FoalingKC.com. Or just stop by at 435 and State Line and get your foal on.
Booth Creek Wagyu, KC's premier Wagyu beef meat market, has even more convenient ways for you to shop. In addition to their location at 135th and Metcalf, they're now open at 95th and Knoll. Everyone deserves to elevate their beef. Whether you're looking to wow your family with a meal they'll never forget or impress your friends, neighbors, and coworkers, their Wagyu experts are ready to help you pick out something unforgettable. Booth Creek Wagyu, now with 2 locations, open 7 days a week, or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
Spring break is upon us, and if you're going to be headed out of town and flying out of KCI, you need to park at Park and Go because you know your car will always be protected. Whether it's the winter snow or the summer heat, you want to have your car parked under cover when you're out of town, and Park and Go does that. Every spot is covered parking, and Park and Go makes it so easy to make your reservation. After you book that flight, go to bookparkandgo.com. Reserve your parking spot right now, and then prepay, because when you prepay, you're going to save a ton of money and get their lowest rate as well. And then it's all taken care of. On the day of your flight, you show up, you give them your reservation, and they direct you right to that covered parking spot that's been reserved for you. As soon as you pull into that spot, the van meets you and takes you right to the airport terminal. You're good to go. No time at all. You're at the airport and you're relaxed. When you get back, Park and Go's there for you. Just grab your bags, walk off the plane, and the bus is right there. Jump on it, and it's right back to the trunk of your car. So do what we did and join their frequent Parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Spring may not officially be here until March 20th, but at Ryan Lawn & Tree, we've been preparing for spring all winter. This is Larry Ryan. Unlike companies that shut down for the season, our full-time Ryan pros train nonstop, studying the latest science to deliver even better results every year. No one brings more care and expertise to your lawn and landscape than a Ryan Pro in the Clean Rad truck. Ryan Pros are full-time employee owners, many with degrees in horticulture and turf management. If you ever have a question or a special need, you never call an 800 number. You call your Ryan Pros mobile number and talk to an owner. Get your free lawn instant quote online. Just visit ryanlawn.com/spring and get started today. Sign up this month and take 50% off your first lawn application. Our 50% off spring offer is the only one that comes with a Ryan Pro. Visit ryanlawn.com/spring today.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with a sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with a sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Choose Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil designed for today's engines exclusively at your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Wouldn't you like to take a vacation from your bills? Well, you can. The new year is here. Home values are up, and you have more home equity than ever. Now is the time to put that home equity to work for you. This is James Hawkins, president of Golden Oak Lending. Credit card balances are at an all-time high. Why pay 25 to 30% interest to them when you could be saving thousands of dollars after a simple phone call? Golden Oak's mortgage rate is 5.25%. We have no fee to apply and no out-of-pocket costs. And if you call today, you could make no payments for 2 months. But don't wait. This rate won't last forever. Imagine how good it will feel to have those bills paid off. At Golden Oak Lending, we can make that happen in as little as 14 days. And if for any reason your loan doesn't close, we will pay for your appraisal. Call today and take advantage of our 5.25 fixed rate. Call 913-890-GOLD.
Golden Oak Landing, cured my blues.
6.19 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
Opening day coverage is brought to you by Hollywood Casino. Stop by Hollywood Casino every Wednesday in March from 12 until 2 to register for your chance to win opening day tickets. Your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Jay's Southland Tow Service, Missouri side, 435 westbound. Gets heavy before Holmes and stays quite slow towards the state line with an accident in the right center lane. Having unexpected car trouble or just in a car accident? Call Jay's Southland Tow Service, 816-779-4869 or southlandtow.com. Use the tow service trusted by most local police departments. They can do it all, so be in the know and call Jay's Southland Tow. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Pay off your tees.
That's what they like to say, right? So Diana Rossini, friend of the show, right?
Mm-hmm. God, those red leather pants she had on Radio Row.
Pausing for the big dust drop, but I guess we don't have that ready.
I thought we did.
So she tweets out, and it was captured by our friends at Score North. The Steelers are expected to make an offer to Sam Darnold.
So much.
Many around the league believe Darnold will wind up in Seattle, but Pittsburgh is doing its due diligence on any potential options ahead of the new league year. That's right. We forgot Seattle in this conversation as a need for a quarterback as well after what happened over the weekend.
I feel like that's where you want Aaron Rodgers to go.
Seattle?
Because there's nobody there.
Yeah, it's true.
No Lockett, no DK. I mean, they got JSN and Walker. Kenneth Walker.
No, that's the perfect spot for Aaron Rodgers.
Because then it's just like, now you're going to go to the abysmal cold. You're going to have to go play in the NFC West, where you're not going to win that division.
Right.
And you have nobody to throw to.
Nice.
I mean,
that's what you want for Rodgers.
JSN's okay. I mean, he's actually a stud.
JSN's great, but one guy ain't. Yeah.
Yeah.
He needs more than that.
They do have a decent offensive line, though, in Seattle.
Yeah, that's true.
Because they're a run-heavy team.
Yep. Defensive coach, so maybe that's good for him. He can be in charge of the offense.
Yeah, because they have Kenneth Walker and Charbonnet.
Yep, Zach Charbonnet.
That's the problem is Seattle has not shown any interest in Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a big there's a big chasm there that we need to get over. Like, you may think it's great for him. Seattle's like, who? We'd rather have Sam Darnold right now than Aaron Rodgers at this point in time. But it looks like there's going to be a little bit of a market for Sam Darnold. If the Steelers are going to make an offer and the Seattle Seahawks are looking like that's where they want to go. So maybe Sam Darnold decides he's going to go to Pittsburgh, and then that reduces the places for Aaron Rodgers to just 2, and that would be Minnesota, and that would be New York back with the Giants. And so we'll see what happens. But this is the crazy time of year. We're, an hour, 2 hours and, 12 minutes, 11 minutes away from free agency, the tampering period starting in 2 hours and 12 minutes. Mm-hmm. And we're already getting all the kind of the scuttlebutt of where people may end up.
Respect the text.
We go to that one because someone has the exact same mindset that I have, and it says, is it okay that I have a man crush on JV? Meaning Josh Vernier.
Josh Vernier?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Absolutely.
You can have it, yeah.
It'd be weird if you didn't.
Yeah, it's the exact text. This is wrong that I have a bro crush on Josh Vernier. No, it's not wrong. It's join the long, long list.
Yeah.
Before we get into our question at the end of the hour, I want to bring this up because this was This was the Jonathan Mayo on Caglione. It's about a minute on what he's done and what he's shown.
Harold's pretty firm that they're going to have to find a place for him to play as soon as this year. What's the realistic timeline for his arrival in the big leagues?
They'll have to find the space. Otherwise, it could be now, it could be May, it could be June. I saw him in the fall league. The bat is going to work. He's this crazy combination. He chases a lot out of the zone, or at least did in college, but doesn't swing and miss. And for a guy with that kind of power, not swing and miss, once he starts laying off the pitches outside of the zone, he's always going to have some chase rates. But I like what Vinny said, because he is an enormous human being. You see the height and weight on paper, and you think, oh, that's a big guy. And then you meet him, and he is enormous. And Vinny's not exactly tiny. So the fact that stood out to him, he can really, really hit. I'm kind of glad they put the pitching to rest. There were some elbow issues there anyway. And that bat's going to be ready very quickly. And whenever they decide they want to pull the trigger and bring him up is when that time will come.
Thank you.
Whenever they want, that's when they'll bring him up. I love that. That's great analysis right there. Whenever they want, they will bring him up.
Is that the definition of a word salad?
that is about as word salad as you can get. Well, they can bring him up today, or they can bring him up in May, or they can bring him up in June. Whenever they feel he's ready, they'll bring him up. Wow. Thank you.
He broke Annie Rogers and Ryan Lefevre this weekend with one swing.
That sounded good.
We'll have Ryan on tomorrow to talk about that. Thanks, Ryan. But what's interesting is that, you look at what's going on with him, and fans want to bring him up right now, and baseball executives are like, well, let's keep him down, want to get the clock running and all that nonsense. And the good news is they're not going to keep him down artificially, right? We know that. Like, if he's ready to go, they will bring him up. They will not do the clock thing that a lot of Major League Baseball organizations like to do, where you start the clock running and, oh my gosh, it ends up costing you millions of dollars. In my opinion, with 27 being a washout, you can't worry about the current rules in baseball at this point in time. I may be totally wrong about that, but if everybody's talking about a lockout in 27 and being no baseball, who the hell cares if the clock starts ticking on a certain player, right? And maybe this will get people to the table and say, all right, we need to make sure 27 happens so we don't have this quote-unquote gap year where the entire sport could change for the better, maybe, for the worse. I don't know, however you want to look at it. But, like, if 27 is going to be that year where nothing happens, who the hell cares if you bring him up and give him an opportunity? But the one thing that I did hear from a front office executive in baseball is that if you bring him up too soon, then all of a sudden Vinny's trade value continues to go down. So think about it from that standpoint, right? Let Vinny go out there early, play really, really well, do some good things. Cags does some good things behind the scenes. Now, all of a sudden, you can potentially talk about trade. All right, Cags is ready. Vinny's playing well. Maybe we can trade Vinny and get something back in return for Vinny, slide Cags in and be that guy. So think about it from that angle, too. If Cags goes out there and plays well in the minors, fantastic. That's great. If Vinny goes out and plays well for the first couple of months of the season, now a team like the Yankees, who they're going to be desperate at some point, whoever is going to be looking for bats, they're going to be looking for, ways to solidify their lineup. Maybe all of a sudden Vinny's trade value starts to go up if he gets off to a great start, and then you can flip Vinny and then move Cags into that first base spot.
From the 816, I watched that home run live. I had to change my pants afterwards.
Well, it was a beautiful Sunday.
To the Fescoe theory, boy, Cags got a lot of trade interest, wouldn't you think?
Oh, hell yeah.
Stop. I'm not going to do that.
But no.
You guys
look,
a franchise player.
If somebody calls about Jack Caglione, the hell was that?
Telling us to stop this discussion immediately.
Right. But if somebody calls about, you listen. You always listen, right? You never say no unless it's for Mahomes, right? No. You never say no to anything because you don't know what somebody may offer you. And so you have to listen to everything. I just have this strange feeling that the Yankees, being in the desperate situation that they are, is going to have just a trickle-down effect, right? Because Boston's going to see them. Then Baltimore's going to see them. Then the Dodgers are going to see them.
They need pitching before they need
They need a bat, too, though.
They will need that.
They need a bat. They need pitching. They need a lot right now. But either way, whether it's the Yankees getting Vinny or Cags or whoever you want to trade at this point in time, whether it's the Yankees or it's somebody else, I do think they're desperation will cause other teams to react based on what the Yankees do as well, because that's what teams do all the time. They react to their competition.
I want to open the text line up for you guys as we take a little break of sports as we go to a commercial break here shortly. But Mac went to Chili's.
Right.
So it got us thinking, what are some must-haves at every chain restaurant or any restaurant in town, like a must-have?
Yeah.
Like, for example, every steakhouse that's like a Roadhouse or an Outback or something like that, got to have an Awesome Blossom. Right?
At Outback, you have to
You got to have a blossom.
You got to have the bloomin' onion.
And you got to eat the crispy outside pieces, not the sog inside pieces.
Yeah. Have you ever made a bloomin' onion at home?
No. I don't have that sort of equipment. You got to, and it's just, you got to like chop. I mean, it really does. Never done it. But there is like a device that you get the onion and it just cuts it perfectly like it.
Like an apple slicer? Yeah.
And it's like it cuts it all, fingery.
Yeah.
And then you do your wash, your dry rub, and then you fry it or you cook it in the oven. But yeah. No, we'll ask the text line. We'll come back and address it. 913-586-7965. What are must-haves at every chain restaurant or any restaurant in town? You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Fescoe and Dusty.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
I'll tell you what, a lot of people have been asking me lately about QC Kinetics, and they're saying, hey, I got some joint pain. Should I consider QC Kinetics? And if you're wondering if you're a good candidate, let's see if your answer is yes to any of these questions. First question, is your quality of life impacted by chronic pain in your knees, your hips, your shoulders, or other joints? Do you have trouble sleeping, walking, day-to-day movement? Next, do you want to avoid surgery and all of the pain and long recovery and uncertainty that comes with it? And most importantly, do you miss doing things you love because joint pain is holding you back, like walking, golfing, and jogging? If you answered yes to any of those, I bet you're a great candidate for QC Kinetics, so please don't wait. Call QC Kinetics right now and ask for your free consultation. Learn how the latest advances in regenerative medicine can get you lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. So call QC Kinetics now, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. 816-412-6299. It's QC Kinetics.
Guys, I've got big news. I finally decided to lose some weight and improve my health. So I kicked off things with Awaken 180 weight loss. Look, before I dive into the details, I'll tell you what you really want to know. After just 1 week, I'm already down 8 pounds. I mean, I knew the results were going to be quick, but 8 pounds? I'd heard about the Awaken 180 at-home program, and the premise sold me immediately. This is the layout. Eat to lose weight, no meds, no gym, no calorie counting. Plus, once I reach my goal, I'll get free support for life, which was really important to me. And in the past 10 years, Awaken 180 has helped over 800,000 clients achieve exactly what they're doing for me right now. Look, I researched other programs, thought about the meds, but Awaken 180 stood out to me as the clear winner. I chose right. I'm down 8 pounds in just 1 week. There's just no way I can argue with the results, and I don't think you would either. 8 pounds is a lot. Look, my coach is amazing. I'm sleeping better. My energy is through the roof, which I'm warning you about now. If you want results like mine, schedule your Awaken 180 at-home consultation today. Go to awaken180weightloss.com.
Well, I'll tell you what, here we sit getting ready for the start of spring. And if you're thinking to yourself, man, I'd love to have 2 months without having to make a mortgage payment, I have the answer for you. It is Golden Oak Lending, and they have helped us out over the last couple of years, consolidate some debt, pay for home repairs, do what we needed to do to get financial freedom. And the best part about Golden Oak Lending is they listen to you. You'll call them at 913-890-GOLD and say, hey, I want to take that free mortgage checkup Fescoe was talking about. And they'll say, okay, what are your financial goals? Where do you want to go? What do you want to do? And they'll take in all of the information that you're going to give them in that free mortgage checkup. And that means there's no paperwork or credit card number or any like that required. It's just a conversation. And Golden Oak will see if they have a mortgage that is better than what you're currently in. If they do, then they will let you know. If they don't, they're going to let you know that as well. They're not going to try to sell you something that you don't need or something that isn't better than what you're in right now. Plus, the average cash-out customer saves over $1,100 per month when they refinance with Golden Oak Lending. And then you won't have to make a mortgage payment for 2 months. So take that free mortgage checkup now. 913-890-GOLD. That's 913-890-GOLD. And let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Century Roofing. Trust the pillars of strength.
It's Century Roofing's 35th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're offering a free material upgrade with your roof replacement. Get a free upgrade from standard and premium shingles to impact-resistant shingles. These will boost your home's value and can lower your insurance premiums. Voted best in Johnson County 3 years in a row. We're KC-based and female-owned. Visit CenturyRoofingKC.com.
Century Roofing. Trust the pillars of strength.
Book now. This deal won't last long.
Kick off the Royals season with 96.5 The Fan at Hollywood Casino. Join us for an exclusive 96.5 The Fan roundtable featuring Michael Massey, Josh Vernier, and other special guests on March 28th at 6 p.m. Don't miss your chance to get insider insights before the season begins.
Hey, not to be dramatic, but you should smell this. It smells so good.
Whoa, that's quite the reaction to mixing and matching Gain scents. Let's hear another from Ashley, who mixed Gain products and went...
I'm so excited.
Yes, you are. What about you, Isaiah?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And Emily summed it up like so.
It is just chef's kiss.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Mix, match, more happy with Gain.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Jay's Southland Tow Service, Missouri side, 435 westbound. Gets heavy before Holmes and stays quite slow towards the state line with an accident in the right center lane. Having unexpected car trouble or just in a car accident? Call Jay's Southland Tow Service, 816-779-4869 or southlandtow.com. Use the tow service trusted by most local police departments. They can do it all, so be in the know and call Jay's Southland Tow. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Go check out 96.5 The Fan's Instagram page for videos, giveaways, and behind-the-scenes content. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan. KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2. Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back. I want my baby back,
Chili's baby back ribs.
I want my baby back,
Chili's baby back ribs.
barbecue sauce. I want my baby.
Does your true love know that you're cheating on her with Chili's? Because
Applebee's has that new New Orleans menu out that looks brioche.
Yeah, but you can't have it once you've had.
I know.
You know what I mean? I feel spoiled by saying that, but
I've been to New Orleans. I'm not eating that Applebee's New Orleans food.
Yeah. What is this?
How is news going to happen in the NFL with X being down
It
today?
is down. I was wondering if everybody else is like, because I just asked you guys, is your guys' Twitter not loading? I don't think mine's loading.
No,
I mean, Schefter right now doesn't know what to do. He's going to actually have to go on TV and break news.
They just took him off the TV because he can't break
he's
news.
calling Elon to get this thing fixed, I'm sure. You don't understand. The league year begins in less than 2 hours.
People need me. Rocket Man.
See, that's the thing. Schefter's one of those people need me guys.
Oh.
They don't.
Yeah, no, we don't.
No. Nobody needs anybody.
No, we'll figure it out. We'll live.
My people need me. Sit down, Howard.
Yeah. Go say hi to your wife. Like, maybe she needs you. He's just always on his phone. Can you put it away? Honey, the phone eats first. No, we did ask the question on the other side, though. It was about, what are the chains are must-have-at chain restaurants or any restaurant in town.
Yeah, because it is chips and salsa at Chili's. I mean, there's no question. Yeah.
I could drink that salsa.
Their salsa is so good. Their salsa is so good.
So I thought of an idea that I want to float by you guys that I floated by my friend. So if you didn't notice this weekend, Hy-Vee brats were on sale 10 for 10.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a pandemic whenever they go on sale because there's only like one sleeve left of one certain brat.
Do you know they're selling brats at Hy-Vee now, total sidebar, without the casings on them? They're
They've been doing
naked.
that for a
I've
while.
not seen those until the other day.
They're not my favorite.
Okay, KJ, Froman, who's a big Chiefs fan, works at the Hy-Vee at 135th, runs the meat counter and the fish department. He's like, they're actually really good because you can crisp them up. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, they're better if you like put them on a burger bun.
Okay.
But they also have the brat burgers.
Yeah.
So I had noticed, I
had chicken griller burgers over the weekend. The Cowgirl chicken, unbelievable.
Wow. Cowgirl?
Good. Yeah, the Cowgirl Cowboy. They had a ham and cheese one.
Cowgirl sear it?
No.
So anyways.
Yep.
So
no.
So I was
dad.
Yeah. I was
because if I said anything, the two children would be like, "No, more."
Yeah. Oh gosh.
That's true.
I just want to win, Jen. No, but I can't believe that came to the mindset. No, but I noticed that they have like taco seasoning infused brats.
They do everything. They got pineapple
but
ones.
that was the only ones that were left.
Oh.
But I already made up the mind last night what to do, so I did burgers and hot links and potatoes on the grill with mac and cheese, right? But I noticed that there's a taco seasoned brat.
Sounds good.
Here's what I thought about. Get a little on the border queso and some of that pico they have with all the like Hy-Vee guacamole.
Absolutely.
And do like a Mexican style chili cheese dog.
As a brat.
Do the taco seasoning infused brat.
Yeah.
Queso, pico. How you doing?
So good.
Okay, just queso and pico, not chili on top of that because
Yeah.
the seasoning's already in the brat. I'm good because I'm over chili at this point in my life.
Yeah, you're done with it. You've had all your winter meals.
I don't need any more soups and stews and chilies and things. That doesn't sound bad. I do the queso from Cactus, though.
Yeah.
Oh, you say, but buy it at Hy-Vee because they already have it there at the store. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Their brats are great. Yeah, that sounds good. I don't hate that at all. What kind of would you put that in a tortilla?
No, I'd put it on one of those brioche hot dog
You
buns.
would, okay. Okay. 'Cause I think I would I feel like a tortilla may be good for that. With the queso and the pico and then kind of, like burrito crunch. Yeah.
But yeah, that was somebody says you got to have mozzarella sticks or like cheddar poppers or whatever it is, like the little
the jalapeno poppers,
the pepper jack bites.
Oh,
Where are those at?
There's a place in downtown Lee Summit called Stuyvesant Brews, and they call them spicy balls.
Spicy balls?
And they're pepper jack cubes that are fried, and it comes with cider ranch.
Well, of course. I mean, if it's fried, it's trouble. If it's green, order double.
When you come down there sometimes, smuggle that ranch from Smokehouse and keep it in your pocket. Put it on the table.
You got to get the ranch and the chicken wings at Smokehouse. I'll tell you that. And the beans, all of that.
816 Cajun wings with ranch at Smokehouse Barbecue.
Yeah, Joe's texting in. Way to go, Joe. So like what are must at like at Applebee's? You probably get the Brutus beer, right? Or the margarita that's been dollar margarita.
Yeah. Somebody says Jose Pepper's Espinaca. Can't get that anymore. They're gone.
They're not.
No, they're not.
Jose Pepper's just like closed a bunch of their locations.
No, Salty Iguana.
Salty Iguana.
Yeah,
That's
completely.
But the
I get them all. They're like the same place, kind of like Tex-Mex.
I was just at Jose Pepper's.
Yeah, because they call it Iggy dip. That's right. This is
Iguana dip.
Espinaca.
Yeah, Espinaca dip.
Yeah. Same thing, right?
Yes. It's cheese and spinach.
Mexican
and things,
restaurants, you got to have the white queso.
You got to,
and you have to as soon as they come to the table. How are we doing tonight? Great, margarita, no salt, rocks, yes. And before.
Oh, are you with my wife at Cactus on Friday? Because they bring it. They know what she's going to order, but I mean, it's there it is at the table. There's a bowl of queso. Do you want queso? Yes.
Yes. Don't even ask. Just bring it. If it's on my ticket, whatever.
Yeah.
So I had a Rich of the Week nominee this weekend. I go to see my buddy Paul at Red Door Wine Store. Listen to this story. And I don't know if he's listening, but I want to tell you the story because I know Bob's going to roll his eyes. So weekend recap at 9 o'clock. We do it every Monday. I just started that. Guy comes in the store. I go in there with my buddy to get a drink on a Friday, a little Aperol Spritz on a Friday. Great cocktail this time of year. And
spring, yeah.
This guy.
It's all they drink in Italy, my God.
Aperol Spritz. They're fantastic.
It's a little bitter for me. It's a little bitter for me.
Oh, it's great.
I've only had one. I've never had one at a bar, so I need to get one made for me.
Where have you had it? You made
one
it
of my
yourself?
friends. One of my friends made it for me. Yeah.
One of your swingers at the party the other night?
That's what we had over the weekend. So, anyways, this guy comes in. He's talking to my buddy Paul, and I'm like, trying to figure out it's just me, my buddy, and this other guy. And this guy's upset, not like screaming, but he's like, "Yeah, you were overcharged me $2 and
okay. All right.
No, listen,
you went back down there for $2
and 31 cents because there was a 15% mark off on a bottle that he bought of wine." And the guy was upset because it was on there. He did the math and realized that he didn't take the 15% off, so he owed him $2.31. So my buddy Paul goes, "All right, well, you know what? It's my bad. Here's $3 cash. Sorry about the inconvenience." Find out later, the guy was given a gift card that he purchased it on, so it wasn't even his money.
Oh, God.
I mean, can you imagine $2.31? And
I can't imagine going somewhere for $2.31. Like your time is worth more than that, bro.
And so my buddy Paul's like, get this man his money. Gave him the $3, said, "Have a great day." And he looks at me and rolls his eyes and go, "You seemed off." And he goes, "Sad thing is, it was a gift card." And he actually went through the due diligence of looking at
Who bought the gift card? Did he find out like it was a gift to this guy?
Yeah. And he went and bought a bottle of wine that was 15% off, and he forgot
cheapskate.
$2.31.
I mean,
ridiculous.
Seriously, I know how to stretch a dollar with the best of them, and I can, man. But there's one thing about stretching a dollar versus being a cheapskate. That's being a cheapskate.
It's also in a gift card. Like if you gave
I mean, that just makes it even worse.
Like if you gave me a gift card to Smokehouse and it was for like $50, and it was Tuesday night and they're
10% off or something.
The crispy sandwich is $10 and I got charged $15. I ain't going back, dude. Like, oh darn, like.
I mean, it wasn't like you were mischarged thousands or hundreds or something. You went back for $2.31, and I don't want to hear sob stories on the text line. I really don't. It's $2.31.
More chain restaurant stuff coming in. Crab rangoon drowned in sweet and sour sauce. Big crab rangoon guy.
Who was the best crab rangoon in Kansas City, do you think?
Yes. I mean, I will eat it. I will eat every crab rangoon. I told you guys to get that Grains and Tap pizza that has the crab rangoon pizza.
If you really want the crab rangoon pizza, you go to Old Shawnee Pizza, but more importantly, go to Fong's in Des Moines. That's where it was invented. It's worth the 2.5-hour drive. Go up there, eat it, and come back home. You will love it. Okay. It is fantastic. And it's Des Moines is a cool little city, too.
Somebody says from the text line, the only thing being frugal with your own money is being frugal with someone else's money.
Yes.
And so it says $2.31. That's almost a pop at Chili's.
I mean, seriously,
$2.31.
Not $2.31.
More chain stuff coming in. 54th Street's Gringo Dip with the waffle fries. Yes.
Yeah, people rave about that out in Eastern Jack. That's like an Eastern Jack staple.
You get the waffle fries and the Gringo Dip. It's kind of the same thing as like In-N-Out. Like I've never had it, but people rave about it with like the animal style.
Yeah. What about the Cheesecake Factory? Because Vern used the term caloric to describe the Chili's. Yeah. What would he use to describe the Cheesecake Factory? Because you got to get that Reese's peanut butter
every time. Every time.
That Reese's peanut butter cheesecake.
Yes.
I mean, there's
just no better combo in the world than Reese's chocolate and peanut butter.
I showed my kids how Reese's got their name from Officer Reese's.
Really?
Yeah, they were like, "Oh, I didn't know that." I'm like, it's on TV. It's true. Yeah.
Somebody says the China Inn on College and Flum has the best crab rangoons. Never been there, but I guess I could always try it out.
Oh, that's a good Chinese restaurant.
I was to say that's like what you're.
That's not far from me. I've been in there once or twice. It's next to the Minsky's in that plaza there.
Dragon Inn, best crab rangoon.
I thought there was a Dragon Inn in Overland Park, right?
Say,
downtown Overland Park,
yeah.
Dragon Inn.
I'll try it. It's close to me.
See, that's the thing about Chinese food. I never crave it, and then you talk about it. I'm like, man, I could really go for some like combination lo mein now and some fried rice. Talk about caloric, or salt lord.
Salt lord,
sodium.
Yeah, I mean
sodium
that's
lord.
salt loric, man.
All right, back to sports on the other side as we talk about the wild weekend that was free agency. Plus, we dive into the Kansas City Chiefs and their signings as well. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
What the hell's wrong with your station?
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
I'll tell you what, spring is officially here. It's going to be a beautiful week, and that means you're going to start looking at your yard, and you're going to start saying, I got to do something about this. Well, you're going to do what I did this year, and you're going to call the professionals at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control, and they're going to come out, and they're going to take care of your lawn. Why do it yourself? Because quite honestly, we don't know what we're doing, but the folks at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control went to college for this. They're college-educated professionals, and they're going to get the job done right the first time. I can't wait for them to come out to my house and tell me what I need to do to make my lawn look great. In fact, they're not going to tell me what to do. They're just going to take care of it and do it themselves because they've been doing it since 1985, and they offer full-service lawn care, irrigation, and pest control. And like I said, since 1985, they've been veteran-owned, serving Kansas City. Right now, if you mention this ad, you'll get a free estimate and up to half off your first application. So you want to expect the best. You don't want to wait. You want to visit them today at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
Some things just go together, like peanut butter and jelly, or a Casey's spicy chicken sandwich and a 49-cent medium fountain drink, or a Casey's breakfast sandwich and a 49-cent fountain drink, or even Casey's limited-time Italian deli sliders and a 49-cent fountain drink. You get the idea. It's not crazy. It's Casey's. See store for details.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study.
Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Men, this is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And you've heard me talk a lot about how treating low testosterone can improve your sleep, your workouts, your energy levels, and more. But today I want to talk to you about your sex drive, because low testosterone can have a significant impact on your desire for intimacy. It can even be a factor in erectile dysfunction. And if you're in a relationship or wanting to be in a relationship, a low sex drive could really be a problem. The good news is that if you're like most guys, treating your low testosterone could really change the way you feel about sex, giving you back the flame and desire that is so important when you love someone. So if you're feeling sluggish and tired, if you're not sleeping well, if your workouts aren't that great, and most of all, if your sex drive is more like a putt, make an appointment at Heartland Men's Health and have your testosterone levels checked. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices, Overland Park, Independence, and North Kansas City.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Today, expect sunny conditions with a high of 77.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
Dive right back into it. We promise you sports. We give you sports.
It's hard to give you the information on what's going on in the NFL with X being down.
Yeah, so that debunks our bet. So that's
well, I'm on ProFootballTalk.com because I figured they would probably be covering stuff and putting stuff up as quickly as they possibly can, and so we got nothing yet.
But what we can do is we can reflect on what we know from the weekend. Nick Bolton, $45 million contract, $30 million guaranteed. Hollywood Brown, 1 year, $11 million. He's back. Xavier Worthy had his thing go on Friday night. Then Saturday was the roller coaster ride of that story. No charges now. Everything's been dropped. And then there's the rest of the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a crazy time already, right?
That was just the Chiefs. Like in the offseason, people were like, I'm still waiting for the Chiefs to make that big move. What do you mean? Like, Hollywood's back. Trey was tagged. Bolton was signed.
Those don't count because there are guys. What don't you understand about free agency? If we're not wasting money, fans don't think we're doing anything.
So the next move is left tackle?
Has to be. I mean,
that's the number one red flag on this team right now, and it's yet to be addressed.
It's the only thing that matters on this team right now. That's the only need that needs to be filled. They took care of some nice pieces, obviously, bringing Hollywood back and Bolton back and whatnot, and they got to fix left tackle. But your expectation for free agency, in my opinion, just needs to be tempered. If you're going into this thinking the Chiefs are going to spend money and they're going to sign all these players that are past their prime for too much money, that's the wrong expectation to have. Going into free agency, the expectation is what we have seen them do over the years. They don't break the bank in free agency. They went out there and they signed Joe Thuney. That's a nice signing for you. They went out and got Justin Reed. That's a good signing. You know, they don't make the big-time splashy move that everybody gets excited about where you crown a March champion, and then when September rolls around, you're 5-12. I mean, that's usually what happens. Look at the Cowboys. That's what they do every single year for the most part. Now, this year, they're not going to spend any money on free agency. We'll see how, they go out there and how they respond during the regular season. But the team that wins March just never does well in the regular season. And I know so many people get caught up in this and they get so upset if their team isn't making all the big moves. Which is the big move you want them to go out there and make? Because also teams don't let the good players get away. All of these moves that you have seen over the last couple of days are teams re-signing their guys and keeping their good players in-house and not letting them get to free agency.
Yeah, see Ronnie Stanley. That was the big contract.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's another one. Ronnie Stanley stayed home.
And Gunn.
Yep.
Yeah. Bolton staying at home. All these guys that you think you want to go out there and get. Well, if you think you want them, they're good players. Teams are going to consider them. You want to go out and waste money on Von Miller? Go out and do that. Go knock yourself out, right? Go have fun spending money on those type of players because the players that are going to be available for the most part are going to be guys that are overpriced and past their prime. And you have to be careful about what kind of contract you get into with them. That's why, for me, a trade for a left tackle is the perfect scenario. But also, desperate times call for desperate measures. And that's when you get into some trouble. I think the Chiefs, I don't want to use the term desperate at left tackle because I don't know if they are, but I feel like the fan base is desperate for left tackle.
What does this do for you guys when we get to free agency? Former Jaguars tight end Evan Ingram plans on visiting the Denver Broncos per sources. X is back.
Oh, it is?
Believe so.
Okay. Evan Ingram was a nice player for 2 years. Is he the difference between a Super Bowl and not a Super Bowl? I don't know. I mean, it's a nice player. Another weapon for Bo Nix, I guess. But it doesn't really do much for me.
Yeah, nothing. Veteran for Bo Nix. That's nice.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, Barbershop 59 had him as the best tight end in the league last year.
He did?
Preseason. He said, watch Evan Ingram be the best tight end in football this year, boys. Receipt.
He was good.
I think he's decent.
Yeah.
I don't know where you're at. My X isn't working.
Oh, really?
I'm getting notifications, but I'm not able to load anything right now.
I have to look at it.
On that left tackle front, there is some news that did come out this morning from our guy Jordan Schultz.
Starbucks?
Yeah, from our guy Starbucks. Dan Moore Jr., left tackle of the Steelers, catching some buzz in the open market for trades. The Chiefs, one of those teams. Now, I don't know much about him. He's 25, I think, or 26. Is that a name? I don't know.
Well, then there's
I've never heard of that.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
then there's that cat
know.
from the Jets.
Morgan Moses.
Yeah.
But he's a guard, isn't he?
He's played both.
I'm out.
He is a left tackle though. He's played in the league for a long time. He's been a left tackle for the majority of his time.
Has he? Because
Yes.
I feel I don't want to use the term scorn because it's a football team for God's sakes. But like we've seen the conversions. Like I'm done with that. Just give me a guy who's a left tackle.
And he's like at least 34, could be 30.
That guy's that old.
Morgan Moses is mid-30s. So
Is he
I'm good
really?
on that. You know what I mean? Yeah, he
Here
is.
is Colin Coward's guy, Daniel Jeremiah, on possible guards.
In the free agency market here, we can go find a younger guard and who maybe he's a little bit lesser player right now than Joe Thuney, but we think the contract would age better. And I'll give you some names. Aaron Banks is 27 years old. Will Freeze from the Colts, 27. Becton, who they just played in the Super Bowl, is 26.
So, I mean, I guess there's possibilities if you don't think it's Kingsley Suamataia, because he doesn't mention that, which is, I think, the big notification out of that. It's like, oh, okay, so these are all guys that the Chiefs might be looking at guard, and Kingsley's not mentioned in that rant.
Yeah, but you're always
statement.
like I think Kingsley is a guy that like we're not going to mention Bobby Wood Jr. We know he's there. Not to compare, I'm not comparing them, but like Kingsley is the guy right now. But you're always looking to get better, right? And if something makes sense out there where you can look at your offensive line and get a guy that maybe you didn't know was available yesterday and now all of a sudden does become available and you think he's better than what you have, well, then you have to explore that. And you have to make sure that you're looking everywhere to make that offensive line better because right now your left side of the offensive line is nobody and kind of nobody, right? You've got your center, you got your right guard, you got your right tackle, but that left side of the offensive line is a blank space, baby. And I'll write a name, and I don't know which one, but I will. So they need to figure that thing out and get that left tackle and that left guard position solidified. And they may like Kingsley, and they may want to give him every opportunity, but there's that 1% of them probably, or 2%, whatever percent it is, that's going, are we really sure? Can we do better? And that's up to Brett Veach to look around and see if they can do better than what they currently have right now.
Somebody asked a question on the text line. Are they still planning on giving Trey Smith the contract long-term, or is it a tag-and-trade deal?
Well, I would think they want him long term, but again, you have to explore everything. You
Right.
do. You just never know what a desperate team is going to offer you if you say, we're not listening to offers. You can't be closed-minded in professional sports because there is an opportunity, and we've seen it over the years, where a dumb offer comes in. You're like, you're going to be giving me what for who? Okay, fine. Let's make this deal, and let's make it happen. I think they want Trey here long term. I firmly believe that. But again, if you can't get close to a deal and then it becomes a tag and trade type of scenario, then you tag and trade him, you get some draft picks, and you continue to stay younger. Andy Reid was on an interview over the weekend, and I'm reading it now on Pro Football Talk, and he talked about you just got to continue to manage this cap thing. It's a nightmare that way if you don't, he said. And so that's why they traded Tooney. You've got to continue to manage that cap and continue to find a way to have enough cash on hand to pay these guys that money when it comes due. And so you constantly got to reevaluate your roster, and hopefully you have good talent evaluators, which the Chiefs do. Where turnover, like if people are concerned about turning over this roster, you haven't been watching the last 5 years. It's been constant turnover, and they've done a great job with the turnover on this roster.
Somebody talking about the Nick Bolton deal, they feel like that was done after Ronnie Stanley was off the market.
I don't think one has anything to do with the other, though.
I think they just kind of looked at the history of Ronnie Stanley and was just like, yeah, I don't know if we want to give the future of our left tackle, because then you're just in the same situation. If you can't say all that, you're just in the same exact situation you were in this year. And I think we can all agree, nobody wants to go through that again.
No.
Like the patch and save job that they did this year, like I'm done with it. Like,
and there's no patch and save. There's no Joe Tooney to patch.
Well, that's the other thing. You lost your big patch. Yeah, you lost your guy that could bounce out there, because I don't know that Caliendo can bounce, but who the hell knows, right? But you lost your big kind of swing guy right there with Joe Tooney that was willing to do it. Like, it's a tough trade for the Chiefs, but this is the reality of how things work, and they'll figure out somebody to play a card, and they'll be just fine.
So we dive into the Chiefs and what they did. Then we look at what happened outside of Kansas City. Myles Garrett, blows us all away.
That's just bizarre.
I mean, when we were talking about it, because we're just going back about looking for local deals at local shops, and then all of a sudden I'm like, check this out, boys. And all of a sudden both of you are like, what in the hell? What the hell?
What in the hell is going on, Bobby?
Yeah, and it's just like, you see that where he's like, the dude wrote a letter to the city. Like, the guy said ownership sucks. I don't want to be here. I want to go to a contender. I want to win, but I also want to get paid.
How's $60 million a year sound?
Looks like I'm staying in Cleveland. Because I thought the best thing was as soon as he signed the
contract. $40 million per year.
Then he signed the contract, and I thought the best thing was they then played the Drew Carey, like, Cleveland rocks. I'm like, said Myles Garrett from here on out. Like, damn right, dude.
You think he'll date Mimi?
No. Is she still alive?
Oh, yeah. Have you ever seen her in other things?
Yeah, I remember they showed her without the makeup, and I was like, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it looks like a totally different person. But Myles Garrett, $40 million a year. He's the highest, as of this moment, non-quarterback in the NFL. Max Crosby, 35.5. Justin Jefferson, 35. Bosa, Nick, 34. And then CeeDee Lamb at $34 million. Those are your highest paid non-quarterbacks right now.
X has to be working because Rappaport and Schefter are both firing away.
Oh, they probably had stored up ones in their draft folder. They couldn't wait to get out.
The Falcons are releasing standout defensive tackle Grady Jarrett.
Grady Jarrett's been around the league longer than Mac's been alive.
With Atlanta for every year of his 10-year career, Jarrett is now free. Put him with Chris Jones and bring back O'Menahue.
Mac was going to Sadie Hawkins dances when they brought this guy into the league.
In his khaki pants?
Yeah. Like Grady Jarrett? I'm pass on him.
And as Mac had mentioned earlier, right now, Micah Parsons is the favorite to land in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's just like, we're available for everything.
Good for them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. February 9th on First Take, Myles Garrett saying he's disappointed.
That news broke when we were at the Super Bowl. He had no interest in Cleveland.
He was at the Super Bowl.
Telling everybody he had no interest in Cleveland. You're going to pay me what now? Oh, all right. Cleveland's great.
Again, I don't know if this is getting trolled. The two Moore's free agent left tackles the Chiefs are considered are mid-round guys. One of them with sub 34-inch arms. I saw his jaw clench, so he's holding back.
I'm holding back on that.
Okay.
Grady Jarrett, you're out.
10-year vet.
10-year guy?
But
Yes.
depending on what his price tag
That's
is.
what I'm saying. That's a position of need. They need people there.
Yeah, well, they don't need Grandpa Simpson playing on the defensive line. I mean, 10 years, dude. That's a long time.
Homer.
Terrell Suggs,
Yeah.
He was there for a half minute, Like, he came in December. Like, you want to bring in, like, a guy like Grady Jarrett later in the year as a reinforcement? Fine.
I guess I wasn't really doing this.
31.
31, I'm okay with that. That's what Chris Jones is.
Yeah, I was going to say 30 and 31. Yep.
Chris Jones been like 10 years.
Damn near.
Yeah.
Why does it feel like Grady Jarrett's been around a lot longer, though?
Because you have no connection?
Probably.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But you were doing this after they lost to Tampa in the Super Bowl. I mean, I was, but I wasn't here with you. Was it like this negative when it came to like the next season? Like where it was like, what are they going to do now? Because then they just went.
You saw them lost a regular season game.
Yeah.
The negativity will. I was thinking about it as I was driving into work again today, right? And I'm thinking about like everything that we've kind of been through and where we are and whatnot. And I'm like, God, if you're waking up this morning and you're mad at Brett Veach, you suck. Like you just do.
Yeah, because I mean, it's the last time they got blown out in the Super Bowl, they go back to back to almost back.
Mm-hmm.
Got blown out again in the Super Bowl. What's different than then than it is now? Like, I get
you have
it.
more
like,
Super Bowl wins since then.
From what I noticed when Nick Bolton got signed, a lot of people were like, "Oh, really?" And it's like, captain your defense, 24 years old, like,
yeah,
soon to be 25, but like.
But again, people go to X and places like that for negative reaction, right? You're feeling great about something. Did you tweet about that delicious chicken crisper meal you had last night?
You should have.
Did you? But if your crispers came out raw, you'd take a picture of them, you'd put it up, you go, they're serving me raw chicken. That's how this world works. And so people who complain all the time, they just sit on X all day and think they know more than the people that are paid millions of dollars to do these jobs that have won multiple Super Bowls. It's the way I look at it. Like, if Brett Veach and Andy Reid are saying, bring this gentleman back, kiss the ring.
Yeah. You got to trust it, right? I agree with that. I do think if you're going to compare, that Tampa Bay offseason post-loss to this offseason, which is fine. I think that's makes sense to do that. Well, let's do it, right? The differences are the first thing that Veach did after that was completely go after the one thing that we all knew we needed, right, which was offensive line.
And free agency hasn't begun yet.
It's true. Free agency hasn't begun yet. Chiefs have less resources than they did 3 years ago.
There is that.
So it's going to be harder for Veach to go do that. But it is, I think, some of the frustration from fans is going, hey, man, we've got these clear needs, and it feels like we've done everything but this clear needs. But to your point, Bob, there's time.
The offseason hasn't started yet.
Yes.
Like, it has not started yet.
Sure the hell feels like it.
It does.
All that is going on right now are teams re-signing their own guys.
From the 816, Bolton cannot cover a parked car.
Are middle linebackers supposed to be known to cover?
I mean, they'll get targeted, but that's been our one complaint we've had on this show, right? Tight ends, maybe we'll get after him.
Yeah, I mean,
but again,
who are your Because I go back to last year's draft. Worthy was obviously a hit.
Worthy hit, huge hit.
Jaden Hicks, I think, was a minor hit.
I'm counting that.
Okay. I mean, you're not going to land every guy, right? Not every guy is going to be. Well, this guy's a stud. This guy's a stud. I mean,
but people live in this world that is an unrealistic view of life.
Yeah, we don't know anything about Jared Wiley yet. He got hurt. Could be a hit from last year.
Yeah, you don't know about him yet.
Yeah, could be a hit.
I mean, Travis Kelce got hurt in his first year, blew his ACL.
Right. Turned out to be okay.
He's pretty good. Yeah, pretty solid.
Yeah. Worked out well.
Josh Allen last night obviously shakes the world up, gets that big contract.
That was a bizarre one for me. Like, obviously it's going to set in place like what Buffalo's trying to do clearly, and they want to pay their guy. But didn't they just pay him last year?
2 years ago, or was it last year?
For who? Sorry, I was looking
Josh Allen.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah. So now. Move from Schefter. I don't know how many we're at. You'll have to up the count, Dusty. J.C. Horn has agreed to a 4-year, $100 million extension with the Panthers.
Joe's nephew.
So another player re-signing with their team.
Yes.
Which player has changed teams so far? Which player has moved on.
Gotcha.
You can't. Yeah. Well,
gotcha.
he was traded.
Yeah, traded, yeah.
Traded.
For a
Yeah,
seventh
you had a
round
trade.
swap.
Yeah.
That's fair.
That's true. It's a good point.
You know, like that's why I just don't understand. And you know what? You may not see, but who do you want? Like, what is your expectation as we are 90 minutes away, 86 minutes away from the start of the legal tampering period? What is your expectation? Because mine is like nothing. I don't have expectations for this time of the year because good teams aren't that active this time of the year. They'll make a trade. They'll sign a guy here. They'll build some depth. If you're going into free agency trying to fill major needs, I think you've already failed, right? The Chiefs need to fill that left tackle spot. They'll fill that left tackle spot, but they don't need to fill a rush end, a quarterback, a wide receiver, all these things that people are going to be taking flyers on in free agency and overspending on players. I mean, it really is a fallacy to see teams win this time of the year because it usually just doesn't translate to winning in September, October, November, and December. And then we rinse, repeat, and we get the free agency, and people on good teams lose their minds that we're not signing anybody. Bad teams sign everybody. Rinse, repeat. It's the same song and dance.
Titans spent the most money last year.
Mm-hmm.
They had the number one pick.
Yep.
Yeah.
But they won the offseason.
Yeah, they
Who
did.
cares?
The other announcement yesterday was DK Metcalf goes to the Steelers. Seattle takes on $21 million of dead cap. Not great there. And they got a second-round pick for him. So number 52 in this year's draft, Seattle gets. They give up DK Metcalf, who now goes to Pittsburgh, who now they have him and Pickens.
That's a hell of a 1-2 punch.
Sure is. And
Who's throwing the...
That's the next question.
Big Ben made a video.
Yeah, with his helmet on.
Oh, my God. Was that
weird.
sad or what?
I think it's kind of funny.
Like, he's ready to play.
Yeah, I was like, I think he is ready.
He's like, I'll go back now.
Would you take Ben Roethlisberger or the available quarterbacks if you're Pittsburgh at this point in time?
Available quarterbacks. What do we say about being out of the NFL for a year?
Yeah, no.
How quickly time passes you?
Yeah.
And then this happens?
I did Google his age last night, though.
Roethlisberger?
Yeah, I was like, how
old is he?
39.
No, it was either 42 or 45. I'd have to look back.
Oh, he's that. Well, he's Eli Manning's
yeah.
age because they came in the same year.
And he
right?
went to what college, Mac?
Miami of Ohio.
That's not Mac's voice.
No, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Should have known that. Man, good for J.C. Horn, man. That's a lot of money. Highest that you know what that's kind of breaking news for the Chiefs. You want to know what Trent McDuffie's contract's going to be?
There it is.
Go look at J.C. Horn's.
Mm-hmm. Highest paid DB in NFL history.
He is J.C. Horn, $25 million. Jalen Ramsey, $24.1. Patrick Stan Jr., $24 million. Jair Alexander, $21 million. You want to guess what Trent McDuffie's going to get?
More than that.
Yeah.
Like, that's why it's more important to extend those guys than it is to go out in the free agent market. Look how expensive it is.
Do you want to spin that?
With Veach's record at...
Yeah, so you're looking to draft again.
Oh, do I want to spend that
on
McDuffie? On McDuffie? You may have no choice. If that's a guy that they've targeted and they're setting that money aside for him, then go for it, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, if they've got it in their financial plan, right? Like, you know, what Nate Taylor told us a couple weeks ago, if they're doing this, that means they have this ready.
Right. Everything is done with a reason and a domino effect to that next move.
Damn, J.C. Horn, $25 million. Good for him. 4-year, $100 million extension. 108 max, including $70 million guaranteed.
You hear that? That's
knocking on the doors.
People knocking on Brett Veach's door.
Hello?
Hey, how you doing, Brett?
Or that's Veach going, ignore.
Yeah.
I don't have time for this right now. I know why you're calling. It's like when T-Mobile calls you. Your T-Mobile bill is now ready. It'll be paid in 20 days.
Yeah,
I've got 20
get
days.
there when it gets there, yeah.
Oh gosh, that sucks. That sucks.
Wow.
That sucks. That's the first thing that goes into my head too. Is like as soon as I see a cornerback get sold or get bought, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, yep.
I mean, everybody is making money now.
Well,
in the
and
NFL,
somebody had
right?
said yesterday that like keep your eyes on Carolina today. Was that Daniel Jeremiah?
Yeah, I think that
said that.
Yeah.
He's like, look for Carolina to be very, very active on Monday.
So much money to
And
spend.
so far, there you go. Bryce Young, J.C. Horn.
Yep.
Who's their Legette's their big receiver?
Xavier Legette.
So
yep.
they need another receiver.
They'll get another receiver.
They got Thielen.
They
but
drafted that guy out of Texas, I think, or was it Texas? Jonathan Brooks. He got hurt, so we'll see if he's ready to go next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm still stunned by the J.C. Horn.
It's a lot of money.
$70 million guaranteed, man.
That's a resetter. Seen one name come up on Chiefs Twitter. We've talked about this position quite a bit. We've thought more draft. Just kind of want your guys' thoughts on this name. I'm against it. I figure you guys are too. Just want to catch the vibe.
Throw it out.
Najee Harris.
I mean, that's Isaiah Pacheco.
A little, yeah, same style. I would say probably a little better, maybe.
But you got the same guy, right?
Yeah.
I think we all want a running back. That was what Clyde Edwards-Helaire should have been, but wasn't.
Quick, can catch passes, versatile.
I think my one word would be pass.
Okay.
Yeah, versatile. I think that's the word we're looking for in a running back.
Because
Like
Najee
versatile.
never really showed me a lot in Pittsburgh. Like, I think he was like, obviously Alabama running back, right?
Top 15 pick.
It was supposed to be really, just didn't live up to it.
No.
Welcome to the NFL. Doesn't always have for everybody like that.
Yep.
But like for me, I was like always wanting something more.
Same.
And then when they drafted Ty Warren out of Oklahoma State, I was like, this guy's kind of
Warren's
better.
good.
And that's why Najee Harris is being
That's
shopped.
why he's available.
Exactly.
And they don't want to pay running backs.
Yeah.
Well, the Steelers are like, 3 straight 1,000-yard seasons. Like, I don't care.
Cool. That's like,
great.
that's like receivers now getting 1,000 yards.
I got to have a running back that brings more to the table for me than just a ground and pound because we got that guy for at least one more year in Pacheco.
Yeah, you want the 3-tool running back. You want, can he block, can he catch, can he run?
Yeah, like Jerick McKinnon, like in his prime would have been.
Yes.
How good would Jerick McKinnon been at 22 in Kansas City, right?
I don't know. Who was it that he bodied at that came around the corner?
Oh, yeah,
it was,
yeah.
It was Diablo from the Raiders.
Yes.
That's what it was. Nice pull.
Diablo.
Diablo means devil in Spanish.
Yeah.
Coming up on the other side, we get to our brioche of the weekend here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5.
Jason Horn.
Your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Make sure to follow us on Instagram @TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes content from the show. Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Hy-Vee got some great things going on, and I'll tell you what, it's about their donuts, right? You got to love their donuts. They're fresh, they're fried, they're available every single day at Hy-Vee. So what you want to do is you want to go in, you want to grab a dozen donuts this morning before you get into work. You want to take that dozen donuts into work and give it to all your coworkers. And then the next day, you know what you're going to be doing? You're going to be buying 2 dozen donuts when you walk in to work. That's what we're going to do over at Hy-Vee. These donuts are fresh fried every single morning, and they are delicious, and they have so many different varieties from which to choose. Also at Hy-Vee, now you've got the opportunity to go in and save some money as well on gas. There's nothing better than having those gas points and watching that pump roll all the way back, going from 2 something a gallon to $1 something a gallon. I love it. I saved 37 cents a gallon when I filled up the other day, and watching that price drop on the pump is absolutely awesome. So this Saturday and Sunday, you'll save 30 cents per gallon on gas with every $60 you spend on groceries. So stack up the savings. The more you spend, the more you'll save on your next fill up, only at Hy-Vee.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Guys, it's Cody Tapp, and let's talk about feeling your best. If you don't have that same energy, strength, maybe feeling moody, you've lost that drive with your partner, it could be low testosterone. Testosterone therapy, or TRT, may be the answer, and the true experts you can find at the Low T Center. Getting tested is fast and easy, and we aren't all the same, so don't settle for a standard dosage TRT program. I learned about personalized therapy at the Low T Center and the results you can expect with a customized TRT. So don't put it off. Go to lowtcenter.com to book your appointment. That's lowtcenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
At the Home Depot, it's our business to support yours. Partner with your go-to source for building your business. We can help you streamline your operations by supplying the whole job from start to finish. Any questions? Our Pro Desk is ready to answer the call with supply sourcing, custom orders, large equipment rentals, and more. Elevate your efficiency and take on more projects with the partner you can trust. The Home Depot, how pros get more done.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online, no medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Get ready for the NAIA Men's College Basketball Championship, March 20th through the 25th at Municipal Auditorium in KC. 16 teams, 15 games, 6 days, 1 national champion. Don't miss out on nonstop college basketball action. Budget-friendly tickets are available now at NAIAHoops.com.
Diving right back into it here on 96.5 The Fan. Mac Morey, Bob Fescoe, Dusty Likens, all with you on a Monday morning. Maybe it's me. I don't feel the effects of the time change. Now, Bob will tell you.
I'll tell you about Tuesday afternoon is when you, like, it's weird. It's a couple of days.
He said it's weird to have sex with the lights on.
No, I didn't say that. But it's not. Joking. We'll do it whenever. But
whenever, where, what is this, Michael Beasley?
Yeah. Wherever, whenever, however.
Do it in Africa.
I'll tell you what, but like Tuesday afternoon is usually when I hit it. Like I get home from the gym or whatever on it, like after the time change, I'm like, oh God, like it kind of really just, that's when it never hits me on Sunday or Monday usually.
Because I feel like a lot of people get affected on Sunday morning, like, you know, you like, oh man, I forgot. Because like I was telling everybody in my group of friends, I was like, yeah, you guys want to go out? It's already 6. They're like, what are you talking about? It's 5. It's like, nope. If you get ahead of it, it doesn't affect you as bad. So I just treated Saturday as like an hour ahead. I don't know if I'm the only one that's delusional.
I told my friend Paul, I said, I'm setting my clock ahead early a week. I'm just going to operate a week ahead of time.
I mean, it was honestly amazing last night to be able to grill out at 6:30.
It was
and be able
great
to see.
yesterday. Yeah, it was nice. We sat outside a lot yesterday. I was telling you guys, I was like, you know, picking up all the brush from the blizzard and whatnot, and burning it in the fire pit yesterday, and doing all that.
Yeah.
And all a lot of sticks in the yard yesterday, so I got all that kind of, you know, tidied up a little bit and picked up all the leftover dog poop that was everywhere.
It's everywhere.
I mean, my God, that snow melts, and you would act like these things just rose from the abyss.
I did the same thing yesterday. Yep.
Oh, God.
The worst.
Nasty. And then I found a bucket out front that I put underneath, like the gutter was leaking a little bit. Of course, everybody has icicles in the winter, but I didn't want it to drip on the, you know, the cement and cause an ice slick because, you know, everybody's getting Amazon 17 times a day.
Didn't want to cause an ice slick.
Well, yeah, I did because Amazon driver falls through your ass.
I've never called that before.
Well, whatever it was, like a, you know, ice, yeah, right, whatever, fine. You want somebody to slip or whatever. And like this bucket had like grass clippings in it, and it had water in it.
Stinks.
Oh my God!
Have you ever had anybody do that? Like bag their own yard, and then the truck doesn't come and pick up the mowed grass in the bag?
Oh
and
yeah, it stinks. Oh, it's awful. So I had to go like back in the woods yesterday and dump all this stuff as far away, and I could still smell. It was just like a little 5-gallon bucket. It wasn't a lot. It was like, God.
This is kind of interesting, but also weird. Ex-MLB star Mo Vaughn admits to using HGH. Mo Vaughn was retired before Mac was alive.
Who cares?
Like, why now?
He probably had this guilty conscience, I guess.
Okay.
Like, just needed to come clean for himself.
30 years later, I did, in fact, have sexual relations with that woman.
Mo Vaughn?
Mo Vaughn, according to TMZ, says, yeah. So,
Well, Khalil Mack back with the Chargers.
All right, so there's 2. We need one more in 11 minutes. That's not true because we get off the air at like 57.
Well, Khalil Mack, they said they get back their pass
We've
rush.
had 3. We've had 3, right? Got you. JC.
He was a trade, right? So that was one move.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And that's it.
Yeah, that's it. That's the only guy that's changed teams.
Yes. Albert Breer tweeted this out 21 minutes ago. Chiefs receiver Hollywood Brown got a 1-year, $6.85 million deal. $3 million signing bonus, $3.35 million base, $250K in per game roster bonuses, $250,000 workout bonus, $4 million in incentives. So heavily incentive based. So stay healthy.
Got to stay healthy, yeah.
So kind of like that structure.
Yeah. I don't hate that deal at all if I'm, the team, right? And if the player, you're like, all right, this is incentive to, stay healthy if I can, because then I'll get paid.
Yeah, I think it's only $6 million against the cap, so it's beautiful.
Don't forget, tomorrow we'll have Royals play-by-play announcer Ryan Lefevre. He'll join the show. Talk to us about what is the most beautiful call of the year so far.
That sounded good.
No doubt about it. Let's get into the brioche of the weekend.
Brioche of the weekend.
Big brioche guy.
Love that. Yeah, good take.
It's no secret. Brioche of the weekend goes to Annie Rogers. Holy hell. Jack Caglione I've never seen her tweet like that. Always very baseball writer-ish. Very great person. Awesome person. And it's because of this, in fact, baseball that was hit this hard.
That sounded good.
Yep.
That's going to go a long way to right field, and spring training home run number 3.
Caglione does it again as we get jacked up, which I quote tweeted that roster that came out. I said, let's get jacked up. What does he do? Home run, double, home run, 444, 116 off the bat. The guy hits piss missiles.
Home run on a major league pitcher, too.
That's right. And then a double off of an all-star major league pitcher in Cortez.
How about the Yankees would want Cortez back
I don't know
right
who you're
about
talking
now?
about.
Nestor.
I thought you were talking about the Skankies.
It's too far down. It doesn't play on
It's
us.
too far down.
Here we go.
I have great fears of the Skankies.
I think the Skankies have fear of themselves.
Yeah,
there is
that's right.
something in the pinstripes out in the Bronx.
Wow,
dude.
now that we're letting these guys grow beards, everybody's hurt.
Yeah, that's George up there going, damn it. But no, my brioche of the weekend goes to Andy Rogers / Jack Caglione with that absolute tower shot. The guy's going to be Jim Tomey, and I'll take my mic and turn it off.
I told you my friend's son, who's a freshman at KU, thought George Steinbrenner was a fake character until he was watching spring training this year and saw George Steinbrenner field. And he called his dad. He goes, "That was a real person?" He goes, "I just thought it was a character from Seinfeld." I mean, that's one of the greatest things I've ever heard. My brioche of the weekend goes to all the kiddos over at Olathe East that did their spring sports showcase this weekend. The guys' tennis, golf, you got it all. My daughter's soccer team and everything like that. Proud of all of the kids and the coaches, God bless, over at Olathe East and all the spring sports that are getting started. I was watching a little bit of the Olathe East tennis, tweeting or texting to Josh, giving him a little inside information for his opponents this year.
Kid's got a hell of a backhand.
Yeah, watch this kid. He can really ace it down the line, Josh.
He's like the McEnroe of Olathe East.
Yeah, but the baseball kids and everything like that. So everybody who's starting their spring sports season, Olathe East especially, where my kiddos go, and everybody else, brioche of the weekend to them, because I know how hard these kids work to make these teams, and it's such a great feeling to see your kid make a team.
Who's your favorite tennis player of all time?
It has to be John McEnroe.
Really?
Ask me to name another.
Andy Roddick, Andy Murray.
Yeah. I'm not a
Rafael Nadal.
I always
Roger
liked
Federer.
Jimmy Connors back in the day. He was kind of fun to watch.
Andy Roddick was just a dude.
But for
Backwards
men's tennis,
Lacoste
it's just
hat.
been like ace after ace after ace after. Like there's no volleys hardly in men's tennis, you know.
Matt, brioche of the weekend?
Got to be the Chili's.
Chili's, honestly,
Or the swingers party.
It's up there. But at this party, that was not that. Celtics won, and it was great. Had of course, bronze sexuals all in my mentions, texting me before the game, get ready, man, get ready. And I made sure to send Dusty a gift the next morning. My guy, Jason Tatum, drops a 40 nug. Him and Jalen combined for over 70 points. It was honestly a great game for the most part. Third quarter got a little rough. They came back in the fourth, made it close.
Today, Junior!
It was also in the Garden.
was in the Garden. But it kind of had me flashback. I remember kind of playing devil's advocate with you guys last week about Lakers Celtics. But what made me, I realized watching that game, what made me fall in love with the NBA was 2008. That's how I became a Celtics fan. It was Celtics Lakers. So I was watching that game and I was like, you know what? I'm back. Celtics Lakers needs to be the finals. They'll get 10-year-olds like me back in this.
I figured your brioche of the weekend would have been that amazing drop from Lorenzen to Vern.
For me, it's just to go deep in games. Deep every start. I want to, be a guy that's, hey, you're going to go 7 or 8 tonight. Not this 5 and dive and third time through the lineup. We got to change our pitcher and this new era of baseball. We call it.
Yeah.
I won't name the other guys who named it because I don't know. But we call it Gen Z loser ball.
It's so good. It is so
Vern,
good.
Listen to Vern hold everything he's got
games.
to the very end.
Deep every start, I want to, be a guy that's, hey, you're going to go 7 or 8 tonight. Not this 5 and dive and third time through the lineup. We got to change our pitcher and this new era of baseball. We call it.
Yeah.
I won't name the other guys who named it because I don't know. But we call it Gen Z loser ball.
I don't know who's going to be more excited, Lorenzen to see me coming or me to see him coming, because we can sit talk baseball all day. Gen Z loser ball.
It's going to be like those, what's that little video on Twitter where the two kids are running down the sidewalk, they run into each other and give each other huge hugs?
Yes,
That's going to be Bob and Lorenzen.
Yeah.
And then you're going to see his biceps and be like, how do I do that? Lorenzen, man, that guy's stacked.
You think I could swing from his bicep?
Oh,
I bet you I could.
You
right?
could do 10 curl, lit
no, I
chin-ups.
could. I've never done a pull-up in my life, so.
I don't, really?
Yeah, no,
I mean,
I'm not lying. That's not something to brag about.
Not to say that's self-deprecating.
Yeah, I mean, I never could climb the rope or any. I have no upper body strength of which to speak.
What did the rope ever teach us? Upper body strength?
Kids don't climb the ropes anymore, I don't think.
Well, you can climb the ropes of kindness and go do something nice for somebody today. It can change their day, their week, their month, their year. You never know. It's simply cool to care. Stay safe, stay kind. Coming up next, it's Cody Golden Drew from 10 to 2.